on the fact that it has to be sustainable production, necessary to contribute to the world that's looking for solutions in the face of the climate crisis, because we've got the minerals necessary for electromobility, for the generation of clean energy, for AI, and data centers, just to mention a few. This strategy will allow us to foster investment, diversify our mineral production, and add value to the country's natural resources or mineral resources. So today, we're advancing in this strategy concretely by showing here in FEXMIN a new platform which will be a benchmark in geoscientific data management. This platform has been developed along with the National Geology and Mining Department, and it's been a strategic tool that provides global visibility on the opportunities that Chile offers in terms of in terms of minerals, the exploration of minerals that are key for energy transition. And on the other hand, and in turn, we're advancing on the public system CGEX for mining exploration, which will be a referent for innovation, right, as an indicator of mining exploration in Chile by showing the vitality and dynamism of our sector. Our commitment here is to make all geological information that companies report available in a public and accessible format, thus positioning Chile as a reliable, open country that is prepared to bring responsible investment. As a state, we reinforce our commitment with the responsibility of managing, administering, safeguarding the availability of geological information of Chile as a public good or asset. We cannot not speak about we have to speak about responsible exploration, and we must talk about the different liabilities in mining that we have, right? Our country is also a leader in the development of public platforms on tailings, providing critical information on its geochemical characterization, which can be used for territorial security, safety, and for planning innovation opportunities and circular economy and reuse of resources. Now, to cover people's safety demands and the citizen facilities and preventing the effect of natural disasters, we need to know the conditions of the geological environments that are affected. That is why having basic geology maps or mapping is a priority for the development of communities. A couple of years ago, the National Plan for Geology emerged, and its aim is to have all the basic information that will allow us to see natural dangers, to get to know the hydrogeological potential, and in parallel to see the potential for natural resources that we've got in the economically critically or financially critical minerals we got in our territory. Now, our current challenge is to have 100% coverage of the territory, right, from Arica to Talca in no longer than 3 years. That's our deadline. These outcomes and initiatives reflect our richness and geological diversity. In turn, it reflects the quality of our professionals and institutional stability. And of course, the state commitment to support exploration, a pillar which is critical for mining development. The government of President Gabriel Boric is fully aware that exploration is the seed that guarantees the future supply and the competitiveness of our mining sector. That is why, as the Ministry of Mining, we have driven specific actions from the upstreaming and modernization of processes to provide permits to the strengthening of geological information instruments and the support to innovation and exploration, facilitating the fact that junior companies and large companies can advance with certainty and transparency in a context of global competition. We must make twice an effort to attract investment, to strengthen public collaboration and partnerships, and ensure that the rules of the game are still clear, stable, and reliable. Events such as FEXMIN have a critical role or play a critical role in our purpose, right? Here present are everyone that's wants to discover new mine sites, that is dreaming to develop new technologies to explore with a lower environmental impact, and everyone who's betting for Chile as an investment destination is here. That is our commitment as a government, to ensure that Chile, and guarantee that Chile is still a leading country in the mining sector, recognized both for what it produces and the way in which it produces, with a long-term approach and perspective and responsibility for the future generations. Mining is not owned by the government in office. Mining is owned by Chile. Mining is owned by the people of Chile. To wish the best of success for you in these different days of exchange and discovery. Hopefully, FEXMIN 2025 is, once again, a space where ideas and partnerships emerge, the ones that will mark and set the future of our mining industry. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Aurora Williams, Minister of Mining here in Chile, for her official inauguration of our current 7th version of FEXMIN 2025. Now, we will have our opening conference titled Relevant Trends for Our Current Mining Activity. Mining in the midst of an era of global transitions. As it is a tradition, right? In FEXMIN, this opening conference, this main opening conference, will be presented by a great consultant of national mining and international mining, right? A great economist, Mr. Juan Carlos Guajardo, who is the executive director and founder of Plus Mining. He created Plus Mining. He was a founder in 2015, and between 2006 and 2014, he led the Center of Copper and Mining Studies, CESCO. He was previously director of studies of the Chilean Commission of Copper, COCHILCO. He previously worked as an economist of the International Group for Copper Studies. He's got a PhD in international economy and development from Universidad Complutense de Madrid, Spain. He studied commercial engineering in Pontificia Universidad Católica de Valparaíso. He's also got a advanced studies diploma from IA in economy, also from Universidad Complutense in Madrid, and the International Advanced Program for Mining and Environment from Universidad Luleå in Switzerland. He's a member of the Committee for International Affairs, PDAC, Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, PDAC, since December 2016. Mr. Juan Carlos Guajardo, the floor is yours.
Because of the agenda, the minister has to leave, so thank you very much for the opening.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. Buenos días.
Good morning.
Despedimos a la ministra.
We greet the minister, and first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's been repeated for several years now, so apparently I'm not doing so bad in these presentations. And also thank the presence of the distinguished authorities that have already been mentioned. The challenge today, my challenge today is to try and place us in what is happening globally, and then try to narrow down this in our present mining activities. So I am going to go from a global analysis, and then I'm going to do an analysis of the critical minerals, and also in point number 3, I will describe the mining situation in Latin America, to finish with some slides on the exploration situation, which is mainly what other speakers will talk about. But first of all, I would like to start with the global analysis. Last year, I said that we were at a crossroads because the United States had dismissed the Kissinger Doctrine. This is an implicit alliance with China in order to compete with the Soviet Union, and this proved to be successful. However, what we have seen is that the situation from the geopolitical point of view has changed, and there is now an alliance between Russia and China. Therefore, this implicit agreement, or the Kissinger Doctrine, is not as valid as it was during the Cold War period. So this was the starting point in the analysis we gave last year. So what has happened since then? During this year? Well, recently there was a summit in Alaska, and somehow states the question of whether the United States has the vision of a new Kissinger Doctrine, but the other way around. This is to say, to have an alliance with Russia so as to compete with China. I think that this is a valid question that we will need to pay attention to, because it can be determining to tackle certain challenges that we see here, and the geopolitical issues that exist, and the way in which competition will happen in the world. So this is a starting point that we want to talk about in this presentation. There are some scenarios that can occur depending on how this world order is developing. This is an interpretation, my personal interpretation, so please don't assume that there are scientific basis for these percentages. This is our interpretation of what probabilities we can assign to these four probabilities of global scenarios. What would be the worst would be global fragmentation. This new world balance won't be stable, and therefore we will be subject to many changes and many conflicts. So this would be a very negative scenario, and the probability we gave this is low. The second probability is that this new world framework is negotiated. This means that the great powers are willing to sit down and define some rules. So this already happened in the 19th century in Europe. The large powers held regular conferences in order to define where to solve their differences and conflicts so as to avoid wars. So I gave this a 20% probability. The third scenario is that this world transformation that we are witnessing doesn't occur in a peaceful manner, but rather that we will see proxy conflicts. This is different conflicts in different parts of the world where the powers solve their differences, but without going into a direct conflict, which is very serious due to the nuclear capacities in the world. So we give this a 25% probability, but what is most probable is that we're going to have a multipolar Cold War, a division where the Western Bloc, led by the U.S., maintains its strength, but not with total hegemony. And there's an emerging group that will have more power, and there will be a conflict where there will be the separation of interests, not a globalized world as we have seen since the end of the Cold War. In parentheses, we need to say that this period after the Cold War has been an oasis that has allowed us to live some peace and stability, but what is most likely is that this period already ended, and we are going to a period with more conflicts and tensions. So this is the framework that I want to propose so that we understand where we stand and where we are going to in this moment. The starting point for this reorganization is that there has been a change, a significant change from the economic point of view. In this chart, to the right, we see the dominant country commercially, which is the U.S. in blue, and in red, the countries where China was the main commercial partner. So there was a predomination of the U.S. from the commercial point of view. However, for 2024, we see that the situation changed. And this is what is generating the tension point and the shifting point that we are seeing right now, and what has led us to state that we are going towards a transition. So these are the changes I will mention in this presentation. So this is very busy, but I am showing here the expected evolution of world trade divided by geographical area. It is difficult to understand all of this. However, understand that the green is the expected growth. The thicker the lines, the stronger the commercial growth. In yellow, moderate growth, and in red, as a drop in trade. This is important because we can see, with some generosity on your side, that there are some areas where commercial flows will revert and others where it will be strengthened. So the conclusion is what I say here in this text. The global trade rules that are ruled by the World Trade Organization has finished, and now we are going to a framework where the criteria of relative forces is dominating when there is a powerful actor that is relating with another one. This will guide trade in the future. And I must say, and this is a concerning news, to observe the world trend, that the number of conflicts that we see in the world is at its highest point that has been recorded. This started being recorded at the end of the Second World War, and since then the number of conflicts has evolved into this direction. And today we have a record. The change of the hegemony of a country like the U.S. that maintained things more or less calm, now that this power is not deployed, there is a greater trend for local and regional conflicts to emerge. And this is what we're showing in this slide. So these are trends that we need to observe. I hope that you can follow the evolutionary line of this subject. There are two aspects that I want to go deeper in this section. These are the characteristics of China, the Chinese economy, and the economy of the U.S. Given that I'm saying that the greatest probability is that there's going to be a bipolar world, let us understand what is happening in the case of China and in the case of the U.S. In the case of China, this is a simplification of the previous chart. We are showing only the estimated trade situation of China. And we see that there will be a significant growth, particularly in the ASEAN area and Russia. However, the links with the U.S., China, and Korea will weaken. This is not surprising. I think that everybody foresaw this situation. What is interesting is to show you this graph to the right, where we see that since 2022, there has been a commercial detachment between China and the U.S. In yellow, we see the exports of China that have been dropped, while the rest of the world, the exports have increased. This is already happening, and the projection is what we see here. The great trade success of China is based on what? And I think we need to understand this, because it's starting from understanding this, we can think whether this competition with the U.S. will be positive, negative, or no. In the case of China, they defined a strategy that is to become a leader in some industries. And for this, they have implemented some state interventions, subsidies, credits, and other type of tax incentives in order to achieve leadership in some industries. And this table shows the results so far of the strategy. With the yellow arrows, I have highlighted those cases where China has a dominant percentage in world industries, 70% in the production of electric vehicles, 80% of the solar energy chain, and 70 to 90% of the change of lithium batteries, all other components as well. So there is clearly a success in this strategy of controlling some sectors. And this is not minor from the point of view that this is part of an infrastructure that they are creating that will allow them to have some autonomy from the industrial and technological point of view. And this includes not only these industries, but also transportation, the area of digitalization, the electric networks. China explains 50% of the growth of the electric matrix in the world in 2024. And this creates an industrial ecosystem that is very significant, and it's very robust and resistant. So when we analyze the issue of the conflict with the US and the decoupling that is existing, it is important to understand that we are not talking about the same system. China is building an alternative that detaches it from the operation of the Western economy. And the consequences of this geopolitical situation is marked by this situation. The Chinese model is not free of difficulties, of course. In the case of the real estate industry, infrastructure and housing, they have had a significant drop. And this is due to the fact that their model to favor some sectors has created some excesses. There are some subsidies that are not well assigned, an excess of growth, and this is seen in a real estate crisis that is very significant. However, it is said that China has a model of two engines. So as its domestic side drops, the export economy has become strong, which is what we show in the blue line. So this transformation of the Chinese economy is based on two pillars. And one of them is not working well, which is the domestic one, but the one that is focused to the outside is really strong. And this leads me to go to the last slide of China, and this is what is happening right now. China is implementing a policy that they call anti-involution. This means they want to intervene in those industries that have an excess of capacity. For example, electric cars. There's been a price war in China, and this has generated a serious problem because the margins of the companies have dropped and a significant crisis. All of this, if we multiply it by several companies that have excess, generates deflation. The increase in prices in the Chinese economy is not occurring, but rather there is a drop in the prices. And this macroeconomic phenomenon, deflation, is very difficult to manage because it is very difficult to come out of the situation. So this is a situation, it is affecting its economy for several decades. So China is in a crucial moment in order to know whether it will avoid the deflation, or with this policy of anti-involution, it will be able to confront it. At the same time, China wants to increase its links with the economies of the so-called Global South, specifically for the critical minerals, which is what I'm going to talk about in the second part. Now, with respect to the U.S., the U.S. has had a significant change in its policies with the arrival of President Trump, which has established the policy of America First. And basically, it is looking to strengthen the supplies or re-strengthening of its industrial capacity. So it is unavoidable to break its links with China. That is why I said that it is important to understand whether the economy in China dependent from the US or not. And we are at a point where the search of independence of China needs to prove that it can survive this attempt of detaching from the US economy, because this is the direction we're going to. In the case of the US, we've seen that the growth of trade has occurred, particularly with Europe, Mexico, and the ASEAN countries, India as well. And with China, it's where we expect a drop. This is the other side of the coin that I said in the case of China. As a conclusion, then, the Chinese model is based on state planning, a strong support to infrastructure, and the creation of industries, of industrial sectors. But it has the weakness that the growth is slower because the internal sector, the domestic sector, doesn't achieve a high level of trust. And the US has the challenge of reconstructing its competitive capacity, particularly in the industrial sector. So this is the general outlook that I wanted to give you this morning. And now I am going to go to the critical minerals, which is one of the areas and one of the most important areas where this competition between China and the US and other countries is going to occur. And countries such as Chile and many of the authorities here present will be involved whether we want it or not. And the first thing that we need to look at is what are the critical minerals and for whom are they critical?
That graph you see on screen, it could be a bit confusing, but it's important to note here that the circle has the critical materials of each country, i.e., the circle on top, everything that's inside the circle is the critical materials for China. And the second circle, critical materials for the EU, all these here's right here, and in this one, it's in this circle, it's the critical material, the minerals for the U.S. What's interesting here is how they intersect, right? What are the critical materials for the EU and for the U.S.? Which ones are there? The ones that are in this area right here. And which one applied to all three of them? The ones that are here, right here in this intersection. That is what allows us to understand which country will be subject to more tension and more competition. It's also worth noting that those in red are the critical minerals where China is the main producing country. Therefore, possibly the countries that don't trust China will maybe be a bit left out. You could say, if you think about Europe and the US, one could think that the antimony, tungsten, etc., they will be the ones that could pay more attention. But the truth is that this is a story which is quite dynamic. Yesterday, the US was updating the list of critical materials. That's literally yesterday, right? And they decided to incorporate copper along with silver and other minerals. And they took away arsenic and tellurium for the list of critical materials for the U.S. Therefore, this will be a topic which is quite dynamic, where competition will certainly be quite strong. Now, in this graph right here, I'll try to show you, because we talk much about critical materials, but what's their true burden in economy, right? And the actual uses. To your left, we see that the case of the creation of power, energy, and we see that solar farms at sea have the most quantity of consumption of, they have more consumption of critical materials, right? 15 tons per each megawatt of generation. capacity. So in the case of copper, we're talking about 8 tons of copper per megawatts, capacity of megawatts that's created in an external solar farm. Now, in the case of the production of solar energy with panels, we're talking about 7 tons of critical minerals, where copper explains around 3, and the rest is silica. That's a quantitative approach to the quantity of critical materials in the case of energy. In the case of arms, right, which is another field where critical materials are very important. For example, a house plane needs around 40 critical materials to be able just to build it, right? And it's very high risk. It's around 22, half of that. That's what it takes to build a CASA aircraft, right? For a tank, you need around 25 critical minerals, out of which 15 are of high dependence, are high risk. This is what makes the competition between the different countries that want to play a critical role. That's what makes competition so significant, right? But Latin America's got a great advantage here. It accounts for 15% of the global surface of Earth, but they've got 30% of the reserves are critical ore minerals in the world. Therefore, their burden in terms of the availability of critical materials is greater than their geographic burden. And in the case of lithium, 50%, copper and silver 40%, molybdenum 25%, and from there on. So there's a significant task when trying to understand the situation of critical minerals in Latin America. But similarly, we have an increase of natural resources, right? Many countries tend to react in the face of this situation, trying to better control the production of these critical materials. In this map, we see how the red, if it's more red or orange, the color, we have a proportional increase of the nationalism of resources, and in blue we have a slowdown of nationalism of natural resources, right? This is one of the trends that we need to keep an eye on. Now, this is the spaghetti bowl that I was showing you before, but only focused on critical material. Now, the prior one was on global trade. Right now, this is on critical minerals. Here on orange, we have where the critical mineral supply chains where they are, right? The ones that are in more risk. We have the ones that connect Europe with China, Japan with China, and the U.S. with China. These are different routes or paths. It's curious that the path of the U.S. is not that large because there's not so much relationship, right? In the case of Europe, they've got a more dependence on the critical minerals with China, right, than the U.S. has. So that gives us a relevant cue of how the commercial evolution of critical minerals will happen, or will develop. Something new is also, we have a new trend that stems from this situation. We're opening new frontiers, new borders for the mining of minerals or exploitation of minerals in jurisdictions that were not in the map of global powers before. A very important case here is Argentina. It's a case we've got in Latin America. Argentina has not developed its, historically, it has not developed its mining potential. Nevertheless, today it's in a different situation with many projects that are progressing, and that, of course, has a tailwind, right? That today, given the geopolitical situation we've got, it's twice as necessary to access the mineral resources. But in addition to the Argentinian case we know very well, we have the famous case of Greenland, where the west coast of Africa is also having, it's becoming increasingly more relevant. The U.S. is going back to, it's creating more links with the West Africa coast after China's had a quite strong presence in Africa in the last decades, right? But the U.S. has strengthened its links lately. And from the center of Asia to the east, the far east of Asia, those are areas that have strong and growing mining development within these new realities. As I mentioned before, the U.S. changed its list of critical materials yesterday, or even today. This morning, I was reading that President Trump threatened China to put tariffs of 200% if there were any type of interruption in the flow of rare earths from China to the U.S., if they interrupted that. Therefore, this is quite a hot topic, and it's happening as we speak. That is why the U.S. has adopted a series of measures to strengthen its access to critical minerals. I mentioned a few here. We've got an executive order from March 2025, which establishes critical minerals as a national priority. We've also got fast track for 20 projects, including the Resolution Copper Project, which is one of the large copper projects without any development in the U.S., the status Fast 41. There are many other projects that are in fast track. And this comes to our attention, right? Recently, the government of the U.S. invested $400 million in a company that mines rare earths in the U.S., which is called MP Materials, right? Rare earths, in addition to a loan of 150 million USD, and it's got a planned purchase in cobalt of 500 million US dollars to establish a strategic inventory stock of critical minerals. Of course, we've also got the fees, the tariffs, right? All those topics. I won't delve deep into that today, but I'm showing you in this map what's the deficit that we've got, that different countries have with the U.S., right? The ones in red are countries that have are debt with the U.S., and those that are in blue or light blue are countries that have a commercial balance with them, right? But despite from this, the policies with the U.S., they've added the tariffs basically to everyone, to some countries more than other, right? Depending on the level of mismatch or unbalance or some other political criteria that leads them to apply additional tariffs. So there is a deep change in how the U.S. is facing its relative. The last slide of this second section is we're calling upon the countries that are here in this room. It's very important for countries we're summoning them to reflect and develop on political guidelines of how we will face this reality, this competition. I'm not saying that there's a document that's got a stamp that says, okay, we are going to sell to this country or the other, but I believe it will be necessary for countries to have some type of criteria to avoid feeling stagnant in growing tension around mining resources. That's a warning that I wanted to mention. Just it's better to anticipate problems. And now I'm going to go to the specific reality of Latin America and give you a bit of context. Now, this shows the percentage that Latin America's got or accounts for in very important minerals. For example, we've got 41% of global share, 41% in Latin America. We've got 52% on silver, zinc 22%, lead 15%, and iron 20%, right? And gold we got 18%. This is the current burden in terms of the production of these minerals in Latin America. Within the most important mining countries in the world, we've got 3 Latin American countries that are top here in the top 10 countries across the globe, right? We've got Chile, Brazil, and Peru. In Chile, we have lithium, copper, and molybdenum, right? and we're top of the world there. And in this slide, I am showing you an overview of the expected investment in mining in Latin America. Our projection or our forecasts say that there are going to be $252 billion in mining projects in our portfolios in Latin America. In the case of copper, that is almost 3/4. It accounts for 3/4 of this forecast, followed by gold, iron ore, steel, or silver, sorry, and zinc. And we've got this broken down into countries. 110 billion in the case of Chile. We've been quite generous in this estimate. We've put many projects that are not necessarily under the conditions of advancing for the time being, but just to have a global overview, followed by Peru, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, etc. That's the overview. Now, we've also got how much it's broken down into how much the burden is, or the weight is per country, right? In the case of the three first ones, copper is quite relevant. That's also broken down, right, in these numbers. Peru, it's a bit more diversified. In Brazil, they've got a significance there, because in case of iron ore, they've got a greater burden. Now, if we just go to copper, we can reach other conclusions. In the case of copper, we have around $100 billion of investment. What's relevant here is that Chile's got practically 40% of that in construction, because it tends to have more brownfield than greenfield projects. Something that is not necessarily so positive, as we already mentioned in this conference. We do need more greenfield projects, and that's what we see here in this other graph that shows that in Chile, approximately 50% of projects are greenfield projects, and the rest are even more, right? Because if we consider the refurbishing projects, the greenfield projects are very scarce, right? There's a lack of them. And in the case of Peru, Argentina, and all the other countries, greenfield projects are much more relevant. Here we've got a challenge for the case of Chile, a challenge for Chile, which is very important to address, and a great opportunity for the case of the other countries that have the greenfield projects still without, they haven't developed them yet. Now, the same for gold. Surprisingly enough, Chile's got a quite relevant burden here, or weight, along with a revitalization of large gold mining in Chile, which had been quite shut down the last decades, but that's back. It's also worth noting here that in the case of Peru, most projects are under construction, different from the rest of the countries. And in the case of silver, we've got this broken down, right, as you see on the screen, where Mexico, Peru, and Argentina are leading the way. In terms of iron ore, Brazil is a dominant stakeholder, right, by far, and it's also got more projects under construction. Here we've got the case of zinc, which is smaller, where Peru and Mexico are top there, are leading our overview. Now, that is the overview that I wanted to show you in terms of mining potential. And to conclude my presentation, I'll conclude with some exploration slides. As I said, it won't be as detailed as it could be. I know that there are many other analysts that will develop all these ideas, but this slide is interesting because it shows the projection until 2035. And in orange there, you see what is about to be discovered, what we need to discover to cover the demand by the next decade, which means around 20–30% there still has yet to be discovered, right, to provide for the critical minerals, the needs in the world, the projected needs of the world. So it's quite relevant in terms of what remains to be done for the discovery and exploration of projects. It's a good graph as an indicator. In terms of Cochilco, we see that the global exploration budget up until 2024 is still stagnant, which strongly contrasts with all the ideas I mentioned, how relevant critical minerals are, but why doesn't investment in exploration react in the globe, right? It's something that we need many sessions. We would need many of them to analyze all this, but Latin America is still leading the way with the percentage of this investment. It's got around 26% of it. And here, I want to compare between 2022 and 2024. Here we have a comparison of exploration budgets in Latin America. I think it's interesting to look at the variations. In the case of Chile, going from 21.9 to 24.7%, the most notable increase was Argentina, 11.8 to 15.3. And in the case of Mexico, Peru, we recorded some downward trend, mild downward trend, right? In the pie, we're going to call it the pie, with which we measure exploration that's materialized in Latin America. Well, that is my presentation for today. Thank you very much for your attention. Hopefully it was interesting for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan Carlos Guajardo, Executive Director and founder of Plus Mining. Very complete, his presentation. So continuing with critical minerals, we will now introduce a study carried out at the National Service of Geology of Chile, CONFERENCIAS, and the title is Geological Potential of Critical Minerals in Chile. The speaker is Braulio Aguila Aravena, who is a geologist at the Department of Mineral Resources of CONFERENCIAS. Braulio is a geologist of the University of Concepcion and has 8 years of experience in the area of mineral resources. He has a diploma in geometallurgy, applied geometallurgy, for the creation of value in the mining business from Universidad de Desarrollo, and also a specialization in data sciences in the Academy of Challenges of Latam. He has experiences in the private and public sector as a geologist of projects in CONFERENCIAS and has the same position in the deposit of porphyries in Sierra Gorda. He works in the creation of integrated metallogenic maps and the study of critical minerals at the unit of mineral resources of CONFERENCIAS. So, Braulio, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Special greeting to all the authorities here present, and also we like to thank the organizing committee of FEXMIN for inviting CONFERENCIAS once again to participate in this event. Today, I am going to present to you the geological potential of critical minerals in Chile, which is the work of the Mineral Resources Department of the CONFERENCIAS. This presentation will be divided into 6 main points. A general review of the studies carried out by the state regarding critical minerals, a global context of critical minerals, and then we will mention the document done by CONFERENCIAS, and we will review briefly the strategy of critical minerals by the government. And in line with this strategy, we're going to present the new public platform of critical minerals and also a space for reflection and final considerations. In this timeline, we see that since 2018, There have been several initiatives in the government that have served as an input for strategy for critical minerals. For example, in 2018, when there was a document, Chile, Polimetálicos, and there were some technical studies carried out by national universities, Universidad de Chile, Universidad Católica, and also institutions such as ECLAC. In 2024, the Ministry of Mining tells Sernajomin, Cochilco, and the IDB to carry out diagnostic studies of the critical minerals in Chile. This last document is one of the ones that I'm going to mention in this presentation. So, talking about the first point of the presentation regarding the global context, we see here a timeline since the year 1700 to the year 2000, and this shows the main energy transitions that have occurred and the amount of minerals necessary to create this technology. So there are significant milestones. For example, in the 19th century, the steam engine, and in the year 1900, the combustion engines. And in the 21st century, we see the energy transition to green energy sources. So we can see here that the trend is to increase, to have a wide spectrum of minerals that are necessary to create these energies. And obviously, this has implications in the obtainment of these minerals. In this table from Cochilco, there is a compilation of the critical minerals that are used in the different technologies for clean energies. Here we see some specific cases like the rare earths and copper that are used mainly in all the technologies for green energies. And it is important to mention that the way a mineral is used depends on its intrinsic characteristics. For example, nickel, lithium, and cobalt are related to the longevity, efficiency, and density of electric batteries. Aluminum and cobalt for transmission of energy, and rare earths for the elaboration of wind turbines and the engines for electric cars. In these colors, we can see the critical minerals that Chile has with different categories. We know that we have a significant preponderance in terms of production and reserves in copper, lithium, and molybdenum. But it is important to mention also that there is a prospective potential of rare earths and cobalt. We know then that minerals are important for the energy transition, and we need to talk about the concept of critical mineral. The easiest way to understand this is the critical matrix developed by the US in 2008, which shows in the x-axis the risk of the supply of a mineral, and on the y-axis the impact of these supplies. On the left, bottom left to the upper right, the criticality increases. And we see that the concept of critical mineral is flexible and is adapted to different factors, for example, geopolitical conflicts. The matrix of the middle and to the right, we see the projection carried out by the US, by the Department of Energy in 2023, and this shows a short-term and a mid-term projection. We can see that in the short term, there are 7 minerals that they considered critical, and this amount is doubled in the mid-term. Specific cases, for example, lithium and nickel, we see that in the short term, they will be defined as medium critical, and in the medium term, they have a high criticality. In Chile, copper, as the previous speaker said, copper was considered for the short term as non-critical, but due to the demand for the electrification, it is now considered almost critical mineral. In this chart, carried out by the International Energy Agency, in this last report for critical minerals, they see the geographical distribution by production. The colors show the main producers of critical minerals, and in gray we see the rest of the world. It is important then to go through the realities for copper and lithium, where copper shares the copper production together with Peru and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and for lithium together with China. What is interesting is that the authors expect that for copper, nickel, and cobalt, there will be an increase in the concentration of production in geographical terms. And for lithium, graphite, and rare earth, there will be a diversification in the geographic production. In this chart by the same authors, we see a more critical situation that has to do with the geographic distribution for refinement, where we see that China has a high percentage in each of the minerals. And in this case, the authors expect that for 2035, this trend will increase. So, talking about the geological potential of critical minerals, we see this map that analyzes the distribution of metallogenic provinces with this mineral, for example, copper, lithium, cobalt, rare earths, and nickel. In the different colors of blue, we see the areas of the present and older formations, and this has to do with the great formations of copper porphyries. And also in red, we see the different Proterozoic areas and archaic areas that is related to copper deposits, rare earth, nickel, and copper. And in the case of lithium, we have convergent or stable areas that is related to the formation of hematite, like in Australia, and also silane brines in the Andean areas and Tibet. And we see that Chile has, with blue, part of the Andean area as copper reserves, and it shares this with Peru. With respect to lithium, we know that it is included in the lithium triangle together with Bolivia and Argentina in deposits such as lithium brines. Along the lines of this previous slide, we see here profiles that detail the formation of the critical minerals deposit. Two geotectonic concepts are principal here. There's a convergence in an active continental margin and continental extension. In this case, we will analyze the profile of the left that is related to Chile. Here we see from top to bottom that there is a subductive plate, an oceanic plate that is rich in volatile minerals, and this favors the partial fusion of the crust that is rich in water and produces the development of basaltic magma and volatiles. This magma goes up and is positioned in the lower part of the Earth crust in the match area where there is accumulation of metals. This magma goes up to approximately 10-15 kilometers in depth in the middle crust as a deposit of lithium desmatite. And in plutons of around 3 to 5 kilometers, deposits of porphyries that are associated to the exsolution of minerals via hydrothermal solutions. So these metallogenic processes for the formation of critical mineral deposits do not only occur within the earth, but also at the surface. We see that the meteorization of volcanic rocks is related to the formation of lithium brine deposits as well as rare earth that are hosted in regoliths. So we see in this profile to the left that there are several deposits that are formed in Chile. For example, the copper porphyries, the continental brines that have a significant lithium content, and also rare earths that are hosted in regoliths. And in this document that was made by FEXMIN, we see that this is framed in two main axes. The first is the national mining policy that wants to use the mineral wealth of Chile and promotes the use of essential minerals in order to satisfy climatic ambitions and also sustainable development, and also foster inclusion, social justice, and environmental sustainability. The other axis is the geological potential of Chile. It favors the deposit of large mineral deposits and the experience accrued in throughout the years in this area. So we see that the objective of the study is the characterization of the mineral deposits that contain critical minerals in Chile, as well as its distribution throughout the country. The critical minerals are considered those that have a wide productive history, as well as minerals that could be reintegrated to the national production, like, for example, cobalt and manganese, and others that are in exploration plants that could be produced in Chile, for example, the rare earths. So there are 8 criteria to elaborate this list and this analysis: the geological context, the mining production, the resources and reserves, the exploration and development projects, prospective potential, the energy transition and food security, the economic effects, and surprise. I'm not going to go into detail here because most of you already know the metallogenic context of Chile, which is associated to the plate subduction of the Nazca plate. And this favors the formation of magmas and structural systems that generate large deposits that are associated to the migration of arcs from the west to the east. So we see that in the area of the Cordillera de la Costa, there is a close relationship between strata related to porphyries and copper, and in the Domeyko mountain range, the formation of porphyries and molybdenum. Here we see a summary of the characteristics based on production, resources, and reserves. And it highlights the minerals where Chile has a preponderance: copper, uranium, nitrates, and lithium, but there is also estimation of resources for cobalt and rare earths. So, to do a metallogenic analysis by resources, we see in this first chart that it analyzes the copper content based on resources by metallogenic layer and also the deposits. And it has a legend in colors, the status of the deposit from where we obtain those resources. The blue is the production mines, the red is the paralyzed walls, and the prospect in green. We see that the lower Cretaceous, although it only provides 5% of the copper in the resources, it has a high variability of resources, OCG and copper deposits, and this leads us to go beyond the traditional exploration targets. So The Eocene, Oligocene, and Miocene, Pliocene is 88% of the copper contained in the resources, with some interesting projects, for example, the Los Bronces Sur and also the underground deposits. And in the case of the Miocene area, which is explored basically for gold, we see some reservoirs like porphyry reservoirs like Valeriano that provide a substantial amount of copper. Reviewing the same analysis for molybdenum with the same configuration, we see then that there is a similar situation, a great contribution of the Eocene and Oligocene and Miocene, Pliocene, and we see an interesting relationship in the Miocene, Pliocene of a contribution from projects for molybdenum that are related to reservoirs like the ones I mentioned, and others like the Vizcachitas reservoir. This table summarizes the analysis of these two metals called copper and molybdenum, but we add the rhenium because it is closely related to molybdenum. A filter that was made for the prospects and projects that had resource estimations. These were updated in 2024, and we see that in copper there is a wide variability of deposit models, types, porphyry, IOCG, and ligated stratums, and this is distributed in all the metallogenic areas. And there are significant deposits in the coastal mountain range, for example, Cachorro, Costa Fuego, and Marimaca, and others in the high mountain range, for example, in the Vicuña district and Valeriano. Regarding molybdenum, it is restricted exclusively to porphyry type deposits. The greatest contribution is this, and for rhenium, there are no specific data on resources. However, it is assigned a similar condition as to molybdenum, establishing a great potential for the formation of deposits that have these three minerals. Now, regarding lithium, I'm not going to go into many details because there are other presentations that will talk about these projects. However, we will see that Chile is part of the lithium triangle because of a significant number of saline systems and lagoons that have significant content of lithium. And to the right, we see a scheme that highlights the genesis, transportation, and concentration of lithium in the brine-type deposits, where we see that these elements, lithium, together with potassium and boron, since these are immobile elements, they are closely related to differentiated magmas and the formation of rocks that have a similar composition.
In Norte Grande and these different saline brine deposits, there are different rocks that have significant lithium contents, and through different meteoric and hydrothermal solutions, we can see a transport of this lithium towards basins and we see brine lithium deposit development with the evaporation processes that are concentrated here with this element. Let's go into other critical minerals beyond copper and lithium. To diversify our exploration a bit, we can see the analysis of rare earths, cobalt, manganese, and titanium. And in the case of rare earths, we've got one deposit with estimation of resources, which is a rare earth absorbed in clays deposit, which is part of the Carboniferous area with different measured resources that are inferred and measured. Regarding cobalt, we also have a deposit with estimation of resources. It's from the lower Cretaceous, an IOCG type deposit with an estimation of resources, including measured, indicated, and inferred resources. This table summarizes the 15 critical minerals that were analyzed in this study based on the 8 criteria defined in our prior slide. We see that these were grouped into 5 categories according to their characteristics established in each one of the criterias, and we can see that we have a very favorable potential for copper, lithium, molybdenum, which is a favorable condition for the formation of ore with cobalt and rare earth, and quite unfavorable for deposits of chrome and nickel. Both products created in this document were these categorization of the 15 critical minerals into these 5 favorability groups, favorability to form deposits. And the 2 main challenges defined in this report were energy transition and food safety or food security. Now, these 15 critical minerals were also graphed and mapped. It's a map that indicates the status of the deposit, if it's under production, if it's in a prospect or project stage, or if it's shut down and or paralyzed. We can also see in this map that we've got the classical metallurgical strips, right? And in the north, we got the strips of lithium brine deposits and the carboniferous zone with potential different rare earths that are rare light. Now, going into another part of this presentation, based on the diagnosis studies that the Ministry of Mining asked the IDB, Cochilco, and Sarnajamin, which was developed by Public Space, we finished the diagnosis stage of our strategy for critical minerals, EMC. This is the timeline that shows the design and the work agenda, work program for creating the strategy. The strategy begins with the participatory process, which is the one we're currently in its final stage, right? We also have the creation of a draft project that shows everything of the prior stages. It's subject to a public consultation that is territorial, and we go to a final project, which will be in the end of this year. It has a drafting stage and also writing and dissemination of the material. Regarding the participatory aspect here, our minister said that there's a high-level consultative committee that includes stakeholders from the private world, the academia, the government, and civil society, and also a citizen focus, right? Aims for a territorial aim or focus with a technical level that groups many work tables that are focused on different topics. And last but not least, we've got on operational level, we've got the operations committee, which articulates the ministries and services that are relevant for this topic. Sarnajamin, aligned with this strategy of critical minerals, what does it do? It puts its report into critical minerals display with an agile, dynamic, and updated repository of the potential critical minerals in Chile, which is expressed in quantification of resources and reserves. What we look for is to store the information of all ores or deposits that have estimation of resources and reserves, but also to include mine sites that have high prospective potential, right, or deposits. It lets us see the mining diversification that Chile has in terms of the hydrogeological term to go beyond lithium and copper mining. The target audience will be the government decision makers and public policy creators and national and foreign explorers and junior and major companies, also students, researchers, and general public. The work grounds or bases were the 3 diagnosis studies conducted by Sarnajamin, Cochilco, and Espacio Público. We added to the critical minerals that I showed, iron ore, gold, and silver, given its significance, financial significance for the country. And the list of minerals, as mentioned in the prior presentation, is based, it's dynamic results. So this could be subject to the changes that are done in the critical mineral strategy. Now, to create this platform or display, we created a data structure which was grouped into 5 main axes. Of course, first we've got the identification of the ore, the ID, the identification of the critical mineral, and the most relevant aspects, which are resources and the reserve of these minerals. And one of the main intentions here was that all these data were traceable. So the information source has to be linked to, the information is linked to its source. Here we've got a video for you that shows you the critical minerals display. You can go into Suriname and click on mineral resources. The first display here is a critical minerals display. When you click on it, there's some important considerations that pop up. It's worth noting that this is a dynamic product. It will be updated on a periodic nature. Periodically, we want to update it every August each year, right? The sources come from reports of companies, closure plans, and technical and academic bibliography and literature. And in terms of reading, we weren't able to obtain all the resources, right? You can download everything, the files. There's a detail of the resources and the most used information. And in order to improve this tool, we've created a survey just to receive suggestions on the display, right? Including a response to incorporate new deposits. Here we have a public platform for critical minerals. It's our display. For this first version, we have 167 ores or deposits with an initial table with the critical material and the metallic content per ton based on resources. We've also got the metallic content based on reserves. This is a table that you can update depending on the filters that will be used. We've got 4 graphs here. The first one is the quantity of mineral deposits per region, the deposits associated to critical material, critical minerals, and the distribution of deposits per geological model, and the deposits per metallogenic strip. Now, additionally, each one of these graphs has got 2 tabs. In the first one, you can see the deposits, and in this other one, you can see reserves and resources, which start updating. Additionally, in the bottom here, we've got an interactive table. When you click on it, you're going to see the update of the different graphs, tables, and maps. To your right, we can see a clusterized map with the different mineral deposits with the critical minerals that we saw in the graphs represented by colors. And on blue, we can see, in the blue tab, we can see the filters, region, mineral, metallogenic strip, and geological models, different tabs. We can screen or filter by the name of the deposit we want, and also by the mineral that we want to analyze. For example, the case of copper, if we click on copper, we can see an update of all the tables and graphs, and we see the copper content per resources. We see its regional distribution, and we see if we want, for example, if we click on the region of Antofagasta, we can see the quantity of specific resources for the region. The map will also update, focus on the deposits of that region. We also have a refresh and an update button that lets us undo and go back to the original map. We can maybe look at cobalt, for example, not such a traditional map, right? We can see the different deposits, IOCG deposits mainly, right? And cobalt, we can see where they're currently located, which is the region, the Atacama region. We see that there's also estimation of resources for this critical mineral, indicated here on the left. We can also refresh this information, update it, and if we zoom into the map here, we can see the deposits in detail, and they're extended. If we specifically analyze the Manto Verde deposit or mine site, we see additional information. And one of the most important things is that all this information is, you can trace it, right? You can follow it up, right? None of this information, all this information can be publicly available, and it takes us to the source of information, which is the company's website. Additionally, we've got the survey that I told you about. Of course, we selected 267 different deposits here. The idea is to populate this display. It's a survey for users to also enter your own observations. Additionally, everyone is into raw data, right? There's you can download the entire database with just one click. Some final considerations. Chile's got a high geological potential of critical minerals, which position it as a key stakeholder to face the global environmental desires of modern societies, like energy transition and food security, among others. The development of the critical minerals display, we believe, will be an instrument of much value for the design of public policies and geological mining knowledge in general. And therefore, it's very important to create knowledge based on characterization and quantification of non-traditional critical minerals associated to our deposits. Additionally, we must evaluate the potential of critical minerals based on the recovery of mine waste, right? Not only an evaluation in terms of primary mining, primary resource mining. Now, this display is, along with all the other displays of Suriname which have been presented before, and here you have access to a QR code which will directly lead you to the mobile version of this display, which is you can easily manipulate it, and it's ready to use, and you can reach it directly. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, sir. From the unit of general from Suriname, thank you very much, sir, for presenting this important study conducted by the National Service for Geology and Mining and the platform to look at all this information. Now, and quite aligned with this fair, we have our conference called Analysis for Exploration and Incentives to Mining Investment, Foreign Experiences and Recommendations for Chile. And our speakers will be Patricia Gamboa, Director of Studies in Public Policies from the Chilean Commission for Copper, Cochilco. She is a commercial engineer from Universidad de Chile. She's been the Director of Studies and Public Policies from Cochilco she's led this position for almost 2 years. For 26 years, she worked in Codelco, where she had different positions as a market engineer, senior sales manager for molybdenum and precious metals, senior sales manager for copper, director of market intelligence, among other positions. In Cochilco, one of her positions or managements to be distinguished is leadership in the adoption of the EIEI standard for our country, global referent for transparency and accountability in the oil, gas, and mining sectors. So please, Patricia Gamboa, the floor is yours, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We are pleased as the Chilean Commission of Copper and the Public Division to be present in this fair. This is for the first time, if I'm not mistaken. And I've got 20 minutes for this presentation. Hopefully we can stay on time. Now, dear guests, colleagues, and all the authorities present today. It's an honor and privilege to talk to you in this fair and speak to you and present on behalf of Cochilco an analysis of the exploration and incentives towards mining investment. And talking about mining exploration is talking about the future of Chile. In 2024, we received as a country $794 million in exploration budget, which meant a reduction of 4.6% versus last year, right? Chile is still the main destination for exploration in Latin America and the fourth at a global position. Nevertheless, the exploration activity at a global level has reduced. It's got a decrease. This decrease is mainly due to a high competition of markets to attract investors and due to the large mining companies' strategies to prioritize the increase of production in their current operations instead of investing in new prospects. Now, the exploration investments are critical to extend the geological knowledge of the territory and make sure that we have a sustainable base of new projects in the long term. The development of large-scale mining initiatives, on the other hand, can create positive impacts on economy, and exploration is a key stage to guarantee or ensure long-term sustainability of mining activity. It is the initial phase of the mining business, characterized by a high level of risk, accompanied by a potential return in the case of success. Nevertheless, only 0.1% of the prospected areas become economically feasible or exploitable mine sites. Likewise, investment in mining is critical to increase our productive capacity and promote economic development, both in countries with a consolidated industry like Chile and in those that have the mining potential.
To begin the presentation, I'm going to tell you that we will talk about general context to see why the incentives are so important for mining exploration. So we are going to have this presentation together with Joaquín Donoso, who is an analyst of strategies and public policies of Cochilco. And he will start talking in a few more minutes. As you know, Chile is the leader, worldwide leader in the production of copper, iodine, and rhenium, and the second producer of lithium, the third in molybdenum, second in boron, and also has a significant production in terms of silver and gold. So, regarding the investment in exploration, it is important to say that Chile is in the fourth position globally after Australia, Canada, and the US, but it's the first in Latin America. However, if we look at the investment portfolio of mining projects, which is a study done by Cochilco every year, and it is updated with the projection at 10 years for the investments, we see that in the last period of the last analysis done for 24-23, investment was $83.1 billion. But as you can see, mainly we're talking about greenfield projects. The drop in the projection of investment is a low percentage of new projects, which is the brown part. And this is a big challenge for the country because we don't have new investments that target new reservoirs and to foster the stability of production in Chile in the long term. So this has been explained by the previous speakers. There is a dispute for strategic minerals worldwide. If you see this timeline that I'm showing here, we see the main developed countries in the world that started many years ago to develop their policies for strategic and critical minerals, starting by Japan, Germany, China. and whether we are moving ahead, we are at the end of this timeline. In a context where all the countries are fighting for investments in their reservoirs in order to opt to these strategic minerals that will be scarce because demand will not be met by the supplies. To the right, you can see basically the situation of copper, where the red line is the global demand for this mineral. And then you can see that with the present projects towards 2035, we have a deficit of around 8 million tons. So this is for you to see the context where we are. In this sense, most of the critical minerals face a similar situation, and this makes them scarcer, and also they need to be incorporated in public policies for the long term. The National Copper Commission, for the first time, decided to carry out a study to obtain information regarding the policies they have in order to attract investors and for the main producers in the world. The objective is to explain and to mention descriptively the main incentives and benefits to attract foreign capital for exploration and also the development of mining projects. In order to have this information for the national mining sector and generate public debates to see how we can position ourselves before the competition. This study will review the international experiences, and now Joaquín Donoso will continue, who is a commercial engineer and a specialist in this department. Good afternoon. Thank you, Patricia. I'm Joaquín Donoso, and I'm going to talk more specifically about the way the study was carried out. First, we evaluated, well, the objective was to obtain and analyze the policies of incentives that are used by different jurisdictions. So for this, we have 12 countries of interest, amongst them Chile, of course, Australia, Canada, the US, Peru, and we classified the incentives based on a methodology obtained by a study from the OECD. This study classifies the incentives into 4 categories. The tax incentives, which is exemptions, deductions, also financial, which is state contributions to develop mining projects, and non-monetary incentives that have to do with the development of the infrastructure in order to have these mining projects, and the regulatory ones that have to do with offering guarantees for conflict resolution internationally, and it could be the fast-track law in the case of the US. So these are the 4 incentives. The comparison of incentives here, we see a first map that explains how the incentives are distributed in the different countries and how the strategies are moving ahead. Here we see a truck, the truck of investments, and we see that the incentives that are used the most are the tax incentives, basically for exploration as well as investment, but particularly for investment. But there are other countries like Canada and the US that have financial strategies and regulatory incentives in order to develop their mining industry. And this is because they have more resources to spend in infrastructure or in financing projects. In the case of Argentina, Chile, Peru, and other countries, They use and complement their strategies with regulatory incentives, which are basically agreements for tax stability and guarantees in international courts for conflict resolution. Now we will see a comparison between Peru, Argentina, our neighboring countries, and also we will see Australia and Canada. There are more details of the incentives in the study, but I'm not going to mention them all. In the case of Peru and Argentina, we see that in exploration, both Argentina and Peru have a return of credit by payment of VAT for the purchase of goods and services. And in the area of investments, we have accelerated depreciation, the return of the VAT also. The most important one, which I want to highlight here, is a regime of incentives for large investments, or RIGI, which is in Argentina. It's been in force for a year, and it establishes a package of incentives for mining industries. And here we highlight that it is a reduction of the corporate rent from 35 to 25%, also dividends from 7 to 3.5, also fiscal stability for 30 years, and also the guarantee of accessing international courts for conflict resolutions in terms of investments. This has already had its effect in the Argentinian economy. In the case of Australia and Canada, in the exploration area, in Australia, we have incentives for the exploration of junior minerals, and in Canada, we have the flow-through shares system, which are very similar. This is a very interesting incentive, considering that Australia and Canada are the countries that have more budget and expansion. So the system, what it does is that the exploration companies issue bonds, and these bonds, since the exploration activity is risky, if there are losses, the losses can be transferred to the shareholders, and the shareholders can be used as fiscal credits in Australia and in Canada as a deduction. So this helps in the issuing of shares. And another incentive in Canada, just to mention one that has to do with infrastructure, is the Infrastructure Fund for Critical Minerals, which is a fund that Canada has and has had contributions of $1.5 billion for the infrastructure of critical minerals. This has to do with the construction of roads, electric networks, and also for innovation and technologies for the development of industries. So these are the strategies that countries are using to develop their industries, as was mentioned in Juan Carlos's presentation. And in the case of Chile, in the exploration, we have accelerated depreciation and the ENAMI program, which is to acknowledge resources and reserves. So this is a program that is for mining exploration, but targets specifically the small mining industry. And amongst the investments, we have tax credits to import, the lowering of taxes in extreme zones, and also like the dragging of losses, which is important. And then we have the guarantees of CIADI in order to have an international partner to solve conflicts. So what are the effects of all of this? On the side of exploration, I wanted to highlight this study done by the PDIC, which took the budget for exploration in the last 10 years, and it said that 70% of the financing for exploration came basically from this flow-through share system, which is very important because because Canada is a great exploration country. On the other hand, you see ENAMI here. This is a program that it has. It is an attractive program for small mining companies. And in the case of Argentina, I wanted to mention here the Glencore presented a project to RIGI for an amount of more than $13.5 billion. This is about 16% of the project portfolio that Chile had up to last year. This says that then these packages and these strategies that the countries are using do give results and attract investment. And this was also mentioned by Juan Carlos, but this is the case of the U.S. It has these executive orders by the central government to speed up the projects and increase the production of critical minerals. And finally, another initiative that Canada has is to have this project, for example, in lithium, where they did a contribution of 41 million Canadian dollars. So to finish, I just wanted to give you 3 ideas. First, we have seen a great diversity and innovation in the strategies of the different countries in order to attract investment. We have more developed countries and that have more financing and use other types of incentives. But Chile and other countries that don't have as many resources use more regulatory incentives and also tax incentives. Secondly, in a very competitive international situation, the investment in mining and the production of critical minerals, the challenge in Chile is to attract investment. 20 years ago, we were the first producers. 20 years ago, we were the main producers of copper worldwide. Then Peru emerged, and now, a few years ago, the Democratic Republic of Congo appeared. For lithium, we have Argentina. And this says basically that it is not enough to have the geological potential. We need to be attractive for investments. And as a last point, there is an increasing interest for critical minerals, and the incentives are focused both in critical minerals as well as in projects related to the energy transition. And given the scarcity mentioned by Patricia on critical minerals for the future, particularly copper, we see that as the scarcity increase, the competition will be stricter. So this wants us to lead us to establish what is going to be our strategy in 20 years. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia Gamboa and Joaquín Donoso, for presenting this study by Cochilco. And we hope that these are the good policies that countries have to be used in Chile and Latin America. So the presentations that have been given will be on the website of the fair, www.FEXMIN.cl, and this will be in a couple of weeks, so for those who are interested in looking at them. And finally, to close this morning, we will receive the greetings of Guillaume Legaré, who is a director for South America of the Toronto Stock Exchange, and TSX Venture Exchange. Guillaume went to the TSX group in 2019 and is the director for Latin America of the Toronto Stock Exchange and TSX Venture Exchange. He is responsible of maintaining relations with private companies and possible positions of issuers and also emerging partners. And he manages the strategy to foster sustainable investment in the long term in South America. He worked in the banking sector for 14 years, 9 as director of Latin America and the main representative of the National Bank of Canada in Brazil. Previously, he worked for 6 years in international technical sales and the strategies and development of businesses for technology companies. He has a bachelor's in business administration from the Laval University in Quebec, Canada, and he has an MBA in finances by the EBMPC. He speaks several languages very well. So thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the only obstacle. I'm in between you and lunch, but I'll be quite brief now. The idea this Thursday, I have the opportunity of 20 minutes to explain the TSX, TXX Venture Exchange of Toronto, right, which is responsible for Latin America, activities in Latin America. And there's many things I can talk about, but even more from Chile. But today I'd like to take 4 minutes of your time to give some comments on Chile and how our position in the stock exchange, how we develop everything for Chile. Now, it's an honor to accompany you in this forum, FEXMIN. Thank you very much for the invitation. For the TMX Group, which is in Toronto Stock Exchange, and the TSX Venture Exchange. And I'd like to share a simple message with you. Chilean mining sector is ready for its next cycle of growth. And TSX, TXX Ventures are the best partner to fund this with discipline, profoundness, and a long-term vision. Chile is just transitioned through 4 challenging years. There are some regulatory adjustments, constitutional debates, and questions on the role of mining. Nevertheless, the industry did what they know how to do the best, right, which is adapt and change with most of the reforms that are already on the road in 2024-25. These have been years of recovery and resiliency. Production grew again, the projects were reactivated, and the world, driven by electrification and EAA, we're looking at Chile again to ensure copper, lithium, and critical minerals. Now, from the angle of public funding, the signal is clear. At a LATAM level, we currently have 401 issuers with more than 1,065 mining claims and properties listed in TSX and TSX Venture Exchange. Only in 2024, more than $10 billion were raised for the mining sector in our stock exchange, which is 50% of $20 billion raised in the Toronto Stock Exchange. Mining is quite strong now in the Toronto Stock Exchange. In 2025, we have almost $6 billion mobilized in capital for the mining sector. This reflects the profoundness of the Canadian ecosystem. Analysts, banks, specialized funds, technicians, and different investors that understand exploration and accompany the development of projects that are long-term. We've seen in prior presentations the importance of all these projects and the capital and equity that's needed for funding these projects. If we look at Chile, the connection with there's a great connection with Canadian companies. There are 44 listed in TSX Venture with 126 mining claims in TSX Venture. Only in 2024, companies focus on Chile in the mining sector raised around $1 billion in a TSX and TSX venture. These are numbers that are viewed from the international trust, reliability, and the capacity of Chile to execute, export, and lead. Allow me to also summarize a bit. This is important for junior companies because FEXMIN is the place to talk about the future of junior mining in Chile, and I believe that it's important to create a summary of these markets. For access of growth capital, TSX Venture is a global leader for exploration and offers tickets according to the stages of the project's recurring windows of funding and mechanisms that allow to to discover developments and potentially lead to production, ideally migrating between TSX Ventures for TSX, the main stock. When the project matures, there are 54% of the mining projects of TSX that graduated from venture exchange. Therefore, it's a two-level platform. Global visibility. Being listed in TSX, TXS Ventures opens doors to specialized shareholders or investors that compare prospects in different dozens of jurisdictions. The consequence is an accelerated learning curve and many opportunities for smart capital in the globe. I believe that the standards and disciplines are the main strengths of the Canadian markets, of our stock markets, our information standards, and governance. With continuous governance in Canada, we order the house. We have different policies and roadshows that elevate the quality with the market, a relationship with the market. It's more complicated matters, but there's an opportunity, a chance with investment, with connecting with global investors. It's worth exiting our comfort zones. Now, equity capital is demanding, right? There's competition for global capital in Latin America. Everyone's currently looking at Chile. I believe that there are four important pillars, non-negotiable, to access equity and capital through the International Stock Exchange or the Toronto Gulf Exchange. Clear structures, governance, autonomy in the board, risk management, and alignment of incentives. Governance is a driver for trust and reliability, and it makes capital cost, reduce costs, along with a track record that is verifiable in discovery, permits operation. Investors aim for people that want to provide results before. Aim objective in the stock exchange is to connect management not only with the quality of the asset. The quality of the asset is important. Geology, grades, scalability, competitive OPEX, closeness, infrastructure, and a realistic plan for permits. A good project speaks with through its data, always with the ESG and social science, early dialogue commitment to be transparent, decarbonization, water efficiency, ESG not only reduces friction, it creates value, it creates a greater value for equity capital. Chile is well positioned to accelerate this portfolio. In copper, lithium, we've seen relevant examples in other presentations of potential processes that we're making more agile through permitting, for example, and different vendors, providers that are technified that can scale inside and outside the country. Also, in a context of geopolitical tensions, Chile offers clear rules of the game, commercial openness, and operational experience. This combination is uncommon in the world. Our message from TNX is quite direct. We want to be the bridge between Chilean projects, especially juniors of quality, and global capital, which that the energy transition demands. How? Accompanying different capital rounds, market-making rounds, right? Visibility with the investors, with the vision of TSX Ventures to later go into TSX, the main stock exchange, when the project allows for this. TSX Ventures, they've got the capital. Chile's got the resources. We can turn you into successful projects. Let's make that match happen with governance, talent, quality assets, and an actual and real commitment with the CSD. Thank you very much for your attention today and for extending the invitation, and see you next time. Thank you, Guillaume, Director for South America of the Toronto Stock Exchange and Toronto Venture Exchange. We would like to invite you on Thursday, the Investor Day. We'd like to invite you to Guillaume's talk. He'll be a speaker there on Thursday. Okay, so with this, we will conclude our FEXMIN inauguration session. You have now time to visit the fair, the stands until 3 p.m., look at the projects, institutions, and vendors. And we'll see you back at 3 p.m. for the symposium called New Discoveries, the Mine Sites of the Future. See you soon. all the attendees that have been here through the morning. And to those of you that are just arriving, welcome to FEXMIN 2025, the Fair for Exploration and Mine Sites organized by the Association of Geologists of Chile. I'd like to mention two things here, two announcements. Please put your phones in silent mode, and I'd like to tell you there's a table with simultaneous interpretation in case you'd like to get those devices, right? The safety share here is that in case, if necessary, let's evacuate and exit the room. The exit is right there, and there's another exit on the other side, just for you to keep an eye on those. Now, this afternoon's agenda's got many conferences and presentations, which are quite interesting for geology and exploration. And the final lecture, there's been a force majeure event, and the final lecture, we had to change the presentation of Juan Arrieta. We had to switch it for the presentation of Jorge Clavero, who was going to be here with us tomorrow, and that's going to be today. And Juan Arrieta's presentation, which was at the end of the day, that'll go, he'll speak tomorrow. The first conference for this afternoon is titled Finding the Formation of Different Andean Iron, Copper, Gold, Oxide Deposits, right, in Geology and Exploration, presented by Irene del Real, these are IOCGs, presented by Irene from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. She's a geologist of Universidad de Chile with a master's from British Columbia University in Canada and a PhD in the Cornell University from the US. She worked as a postdoctoral researcher in the Universidad de Chile and as a professor in Universidad Austral de Chile. She's currently a scholar and academic in Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Her work has mainly focused on IOCG, Andean IOCG deposit research, right, and a secondary manner in copper, molybdenum, and copper, gold, and oxide and apatite IOAs, right, Andean oxides. She's the author of the book Everything That Shines, right? All That Shines, How Metals Have Shaped Our History. And in 2020, she received the L'Oreal UNESCO Award for Women in Science. Irene, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you for being here today. Our idea today is to show you a set of the things that we've learned about in the last years by researching the IOCG deposits, right? And what are IOCGs, right? These are some deposits that are distributed across the entire world, as you can see in the map. And they're distributed at all geological areas. We find very old IOCGs from the district of Carayas and the Archean, and IOCG of the earlier ones, or the younger ones, which are from the Mesozoic periods, right, in the Andean strip. It's quite controversial, right, in the sense that there's no model that encapsulates all these, this model in the different geological areas, and they're interesting deposits with copper and gold deposits, right? But they significant quantities. But they've got uranium, molybdenum, silver, nickel, and also something that's more in trend, right? Which is cobalt. One of the common characteristics of all these deposits is that they've got many iron oxides, right? And in the form of magnetite or hematite, and they've got strong structural control. Therefore, understanding the structural geology of these deposits is very important. Now, these are deposits that have formed throughout almost all the geological areas, and given this, there's different tectonic environments where they can form. And when we study the Andean strip, it's great because we're quite restricted to active margins of subduction. Therefore, we can leave aside some of the tectonic environments that are more complex of those deposits that are from the Proterozoic area, like the Neurogenic or the collapse or organic collapse. So understanding the Andean strip truly provides us with many benefits, right? Because the IOCG, Andean IOCG strip extends from the center, the core Peru, more or less, until to central Chile, and that's the youngest IOCG strip known to date globally. That is why it's one of the most exposed strips with less wear, which lets us better understand how these deposits are formed. One of the most important examples of IOCG in Peru are Raúl Contestable or Mina Justa in the Chilean side. We've got the Candelaria district or Manto Verde, and recently we've got Santo Domingo too. Now, generally in the Andean strip, these deposits are formed in a geological area which is quite constrained, which is between the Greater Jurassic to the Lower or Medium Cretaceous era, right? So the deposits are mainly hosted in volcanic rocks, which are the precursors of extensional sea or maritime basins, but we do find some IOCGs which are intrusive bodies in zones of faults. There I mentioned the most important examples, and something which is quite worth noting and important is that in the Chilean side of the strip, most of the IOCG deposits are either in the Atacama Fault System, which has thousands of kilometers of extension, right, or in secondary faults associated to the Atacama Fault System. And this reminds us how important structural control is and how we form these type of deposits. As I previously mentioned, they're in an active margin environment, and between the lower Cretaceous and the superior one, the subduction angle is quite higher, which makes in the arch, instead of there being compression, we've got an extension or tension regime. That's why we were creating these maritime basins. Now, another important point is that IOCGs in general are formed simultaneously, or physically, they're quite associated to iron or deposits apatite, IOAs, right, which we'll point out later on. As I mentioned before, there's not much agreement on the genetic models of IOCGs. For me, as a researcher, I believe it's an excellent opportunity, and it's quite interesting because there's much to study and much more to be done. But we'll find that there are different models for the origin of fluids and the thermal parts that form these type of deposits, and we have different models for structural control. And something that I'll propose here is that it's truly very hard to find one end or extreme or the other, right? And many times we compare cases of deposits that are formed in a gray area. Let's start with the source of hydrothermal fluids. There have been two models which have mainly been proposed for the Andean strip. The first one associated a bit more to what we were used to seeing, which is a type of model where fluid have a magmatic hydrothermal origin, similar to what we see in porphyry. And the second model has to do with the fact that the fluid have a magmatic origin, but there's a significant incorporation of external fluid that come from evaporation basins that are associated to this art where there's tension, right? There's a third model that has to do with metamorphic model, but these are from the Proterozoic era, right, for the IOCGs that are in that area. Now, if we see here, there's a summary of different sulfur isotope studies that have been done there, and why in sulfur isotopes? Because they help us distinguish the source of hydrothermal fluids. When they're close to zero, normally they are of magmatic hydrothermal origin, and as they're associated to more positive number, they are from fluid that is a bit more external and more negative, right? And they could be maritime. And there's a level of variation which is quite important here. And some that are challenging, but there are many that are close to zero. There's been much advance on the analytic techniques that we use to study these type of deposits, and we've got some recent, more or less recent studies which we've done in pyrite, right, in terms in sulfur isotopes in pyrite, and they show the most IOCG, the most significant events that have happened here tend to have a magmatic, hydrothermal magmatic assignment, but the part of mineralization that's a bit later, but they're also part of the same system, tend to have assignments that are of external fluids, possibly from evaporites. Therefore, it's this case again that it's not black and white, but we're in a gray area where we've got both a mixture of both sources of fluid, and then we have the case of Raúl Condestable in Peru, where clearly the scope of external fluids is truly important, and it's outside of the norm of the rest of the IOCGs. When we go to the structural part, similarly, we've got two models that are proposed that they're sort of overlap. The first one is the formation of IOCG deposits are explicitly related to tensional deformation, or where due to this high angle subduction. And once we've got this change in the subduction angle due to the openness of the Atlantic Ocean, which happens in the Cretaceous, average or middle Cretaceous periods, we start from we go from copper porphyries, right? And we move from IOCGs to copper porphyries. There's a second model that says of the IOCGs that are formed from the 120 million years forward, right? They're related to when we go from a tensional to compression environment. In the middle, we got a component where the component is, the path component is very important. We've got deformation, or where that can be trans-tensional. It could have a strike that's associated to compression or a bit of extension, and that is what triggers the formation of these type of deposits. And nowadays, with everything we've learned, we realize that that's our path, right? In this case, it's intermediate. It's a gray area where we can form IOCG deposits either in trans-tension or at different environments, right? Another large question we've got around IOCGs, it's what's the relationship with magmatism? Different from the copper porphyries, most mineralization IOCG deposits are not hosted, or they're not directly associated with intrusions, right? We don't have an intrusive body that we can directly study to understand how the source of what that source of fluid looks like. But the fluids, they migrate, and they tend to prioritize mineralization and host rock, which were previously hosted there. Many times it's volcanic rocks that are precursors of these extensional basins. Now, we've had much advance in the last years, right? This is a study that was published in 2024, where by studying the different intrusive bodies, circles of bodies that are associated to mineralized areas like Candelaria, we have seen intrusive fractioning and the different intrusive bodies that have been formed. We've seen how those start changing their chemistry based on a more reduced anhydro environment that would facilitate less the transport of copper to a hydrated environment, oxidized, that would actually facilitate copper transportation, right? So we see that despite the mineralization style compared with copper porphyry is quite different. We do see some evolutions. We do see some that are similar to the copper porphyry part. We've also been working the geochronology of alteration minerals, and we've realized that, and in a couple slides you'll see this in more detail, that the times for these types of deposits, IOCG deposits, are quite different from a copper porphyry, where we find early alterations eras that can have millions of years of difference, with some stages that are more associated to mineralization, or more principal or more primary ones. And this is a study that we haven't published yet, right? We had apatite here, and you have different peaks of ages that they have a significant difference in terms of years. Now, one of the most complicated points of IOCGs, especially when we're exploring or we're starting to understand, have to do with hydrothermal alteration, because different from the copper porphyries, here we don't have a hydrothermal alteration that we can start differentiating by zoning, but we have different pulses of hydrothermal alteration that are overlapping one on top of the other, which makes the mapping of the hydrothermal trace and understanding its evolution is they make it much harder. I'm now showing you a publication from a Canadian university in 2016. They did quite detailed work characterizing the different areas for hydrothermal, the different stages for hydrothermal alteration and IOCG deposits, which start with the ones that have the highest temperature and end up with the ones that have the lowest temperature. Always think about this idea of overlap, right? Overlapping and the importance that this has. So we'll be looking at this with a bit more detail later on. And now we'll start seeing here that there is an overlap. There is a relationship between the apatite iron oxide deposits. So generally we follow an order which is quite fixed, right? At least in terms of ICG, Mesozoic Andean IOCG deposits. But even if we look at the elements that enter of each one of the hydrothermal alteration stages, despite the fact that I go to IOCG deposits from the Archean era, we still have find minerals that have similar evolution with these compounds, despite the fact many times it's not the minerals that you see on screen. So we start with an earlier alteration, which is sodium calcium. It's got albite scapolite, and we got the calcium iron one that has actinolite, epinodite, and magnetite mainly, which is the main alteration that we find in iron oxide, apatite iron oxide alterations, right? And then we go to potassium iron, high, low temperature alterations. Mainly, this is related with sulfur and copper mineralizations. And we also have the hydrolytic stages where we start precipitating sericites, and this would be the final part of the system. Now, let's go into a bit more detail. The sodium-calcium alteration is characteristic, it's typical of this mineral system, and it's the alteration of highest scale, right? If we think about how the alteration, how regional the alteration can be. In fact, we can find intrusive rock that is altered, right? Albite or scapolite, 100 kilometers square, right? Within maybe tons of them. So it helps us start to define a zone where there could potentially be some type of IOCG mineralization, but generally step one to start to vectorize, and that type of vectorization is pre-mineralization, either in iron or either copper, and it's an alteration style of quite high temperature. We say it's more of a metasomatic alteration. Here we've got some examples of sodium-calcium alterations, right? And what's interesting here is that this is a type of alteration that is not necessarily part of what we find in the Andean IOCG strip, but it's also characterized because you can find it in other IOCG deposits across the globe, right? We've got a picture here of Pedra Blanca, which is in Carajás, Brazil, from the Archean era, and we've got Kiruna, which is an apatite iron oxide deposit in the north of Sweden, which is in the Proterozoic period, the Great Bear District in Canada, also from the Proterozoic era, and we see an example also of Alcaparrosa, which is part of the Candelaria District in Chile. Quite associated to this, we tend to find scapolite, which is a saline solution, and we see different pictures of Candelaria here in the Mesozoic era to Pedra Blanca, which is in Carajás, in Brazil. We do see some patterns that are repeated here regardless of the era where the deposit is from, right? And here we're going to lower temperature a bit. We are going to start lowering also our regional extension to a regional or district, right, where we're going to have these alterations. And we have the calcium iron alteration, which is mainly actinolite, magnetite, apatite, and epidote. It's mainly what we find in apatite iron oxide. These type of calcium iron alterations, it depends if it's reactive rock. We can find other minerals like epidote, CPX, or garnet, right? Maybe we can associate this to this in another environment. It's also a high temperature. Normally the rocks are quite dark due to the same minerals we mentioned there. This can be regionally extensive, and if conditions are favorable, it can form IOA deposits that are associated to these type of alteration. Here we see a picture of a scan environment in the top, and then in the bottom we've got a picture of Los Colorados, which is one of the most important IOAs that we've got in the Andean strip, where we can see magnetite, apatite, and actinolite quite clearly.
Here we have the potassium iron alteration, which is high-low temperature, and this is what we relate to the mineralization of copper. So here, the alteration units could be potassic feldspar or felsic rocks. We could find also biotites or andesites, basaltic andesites. There could be magnetite if I have the temperature, and here it is common to have sulfides. Then we have the low temperature alteration. Here we find potassic feldspar, but here the primary iron oxide is hematite. We can find some sericite, carbonites, chlorides, and sulfides. So commonly, we will have magnetite or hematite depending on the formation temperature of the deposit, and it's related to the main mineralization. It is so overimposed to the alteration that we mentioned before, and physically they are more constrained to areas that are favorable to have the mineralization, whether host rocks or structures. Here we have some examples of iron potassium alteration of high temperature, and this is of Santos, one of the deposits of the Candelaria district. The rock is dark, mainly magnetite, and we find some biotite and actinolite. Here we have another example of Candelaria where we have potassium feldspar. Many times these rocks are tricky because potassium feldspar could be microcrystalline, but this rock is black. But if you stain it, it's yellow, so it is difficult to study this potassium feldspar. Here we have a low temperature alteration. Here are examples that are outside the Mesozoic strip, and the most important one is Olympic Dam, which is the most giant IOCG in the world, and it's in Australia. And here the iron oxide that is predominant is hematite, associated to a lower temperature iron potassium alteration. And you have the Andean strip, Manto Verde in Atacama, where we find once again mineralizations associated to carbonates. Here you see calcite, specular hematite, and also there could be potassic feldspar. And finally, we have the hydrolytic alteration, which is lower temperature. This is a more frail environment, and here we will see alterations, and it is the shallower part of the system. And in these cases, we can find hematites that are replacing the magnetite that we saw before. In this sense, it is good to understand the hydrothermal alteration as an evolution of alterations that are sequencing one over the other as we lower the temperature in the different alteration environments. And also to think how they change in terms of space, because some are regional alterations and others are thermal alterations that are physically constrained. And depending on how well that the alteration is evolved, which is, for example, the structural development of the host rock, we can have different types of mineralization that could be economical. For example, in calcium iron alteration that is well developed, we can have a good deposit. And in those with potassium iron, we can have IOCG deposits. Here you can see this clearly, but if you are exploring for IOCG deposits, this is the reality of the rocks that we find. And they are very difficult to describe because these alterations that I mentioned before are overimposed. So it is important to untangle this web and understand that we can have a probe that shows us magnetite, hepatite, and all alterations one on top of the other. So the reality is that these are alterations that are difficult to map. But as we understand that these are events that are overimposed, we can understand it better and we can also interpret them easier. So what controls the mineralization styles in an IOCG? This is a scheme that was published by Stilitos in 2003, and today we can update already what is here. But it is good to do this differentiation of mineralization styles. Once again, we need to understand that mineralization is not associated to an intrusion. We can find IOCG mineralization in intrusions, but this is more associated to shear areas or to faulting areas. So what do we understand? That fluids need to go up. They need to be able to move. Therefore, we need faults. Fluids need to be able to precipitate. So we need space for this. So in this sense, the permeability of the bedrock and the structural control will be our best friends when we want to understand the type of IOCG mineralization we expect, depending on where we are exploring. This is one of my favorite examples in terms of different styles of IOCG mineralization. This is in the Atacama region. In the Manto Verde district, this is close to Chañaral. It's close here, Diego de Almagro on the other side. And we will see two examples of IOCG deposits that have similar ages, but mineralizations that are different because the bedrock changes. So I'm going to focus first on Manto Verde, where mineralization is in volcanic rocks of the Jurassic. And Manto Verde is an IOCG deposit that is housed in the Atacama Fault system. And then we go to Santo Domingo, which is an IOCG deposit that is controlled by the lithology of the bedrock, where we change from Jurassic volcanic rocks to the lower Jurassic rocks. And these last ones have intercalation of sedimentary sequences and also maritime sedimentary sequences. In the case of Manto Verde, as I said, the mineralization is in the Atacama Fault system or secondary faults that are associated to the Atacama Fault system. This is a profile that was published in 2010, and in Manto Verde, we can see very clearly this change from the area of higher temperature where the predominant iron oxide is magnetite to the bottom versus the shallower area where the predominant iron oxide is hematite. And we see this because the fault moved the blocks and placed both types of mineralization one on top of the other. If we see this in a picture, we have the deeper part where we have magnetite as the predominant iron oxide versus the shallow area where we find carbonates and potassic feldspar and hematite. So what happens is that the host rock, which are basaltic andesites from the Jurassic, there's not much permeability. This is not a very good host rock for mineralization. In this case, where does it find its space in the structure? It will tend to be hosted in faults. Now, if we change and go to the Santo Domingo district towards the east, the host rock is the Punta del Cobre formation from the lower Cretaceous, characterized by having volcanic sequences, but intercalated with sedimentary sequences. So in the case of Santo Domingo, which is quite schematic, most of the mineralization is concentrated in a stratigraphic horizon that is mostly volcanic sedimentary. So in this case, the host rock is a good host rock to precipitate mineralization. So mineralization, instead of being controlled by faults, is controlled by the type of bedrock. And we can see that in the case of Santo Domingo, we go from a core where the predominant is magnetite, and to the sides we have the specular hematite. But this is not a core that will change in the vertical as in Manto Verde, but rather horizontally. Here we have two types of mineralization. they could be similar if you see the rock physically, but the morphology is totally different. So we need to understand very well what is the geology, what is the bedrock, to see what we're looking for, to know what we're looking for. Then here we have the Candelaria district, Punta del Cobre, who has both types of mineralization. And by studying and understanding the stratigraphy, we have been able to understand that there is a stratigraphic horizon, which is a layer intercalated with sedimentary rocks, and it is a good bedrock for the mineralization. This area is very well developed towards the the west of the district, and here's where we see Candelaria or Caparrosa. And the type of mineralization is what they call the mantle type, which is controlled by the permeability. And towards the east, this changes because that lithology, the permeable lithology, disappears, and towards the east, what we have is mineralization controlled by structures. So we have both types of mineralization. We understand this once we understand the stratigraphic column. So this is the importance of understanding the geology to know the type of mineralization I will look for. And why is this important? Because in the case of Candelaria, we can have an operation, which is an open pit mine, versus the east, which are basically hosted in structures, and we will find other types of mining that is different because it will be mostly underground. And here we see the structural control and also the stratigraphic control to show the different styles of IOCG mineralization in the same district. Now, it is not only high or low temperature. We have other types of IOCG mineralizations that we can find associated to large districts like Candelaria. Towards the south, we have deposits that is called La Farola. Before it was known as Las Yuntadas. And this is a deposit that we classify as an IOCG with a predomination of magnetite. And also it has skarn type alterations. This is not a volcanic bedrock, but rather sedimentary of calcareous origin, and association of thermal alterations similar to the previous one, but we see precipitation and the formation of minerals like granite that will cause a secondary permeability. There is a reduction of volume where when I alterate a calcareous rock and precipitate granite, here we will have porosity, and this will precipitate copper sulfides in this type of bedrock. This has the same age as the other mineralizations in the area, so we are certain that this mineralization is happening simultaneously to the rest of the IOCG mineralization in the area. So there's quite a variability here. So if we go back now to this diagram published in 2003, we see that there is IOCG of the vein type that has is a skarn type, and the other one that is type mantle. But there's a doubt because we are in the same area. So what happens in deeper areas of higher temperature, or what happens in shallower environments? Here we have this question of what is the relationship between the Andean IOCG deposits versus IOA deposits. This is a schematic that was published in 2007 and shows or proposes that the IOA deposits are the roots of the IOCG deposits. It is similar to what we understand for the copper porphyries and also the epithermal deposits, which is quite intuitive. We have an IOA deposit where the fluid can migrate vertically and start forming an IOCG deposit at high temperatures, and even in shallower areas at lower temperatures. Here we have examples as Candelaria, which is, you see the high IOCG at high temperature, and Los Colorados, which is IOA, and which is the roots, basically. So if we look at geological maps where we see IOA deposits and IOCG deposits, there is a close relationship between both types of deposits, but if we do a zoom to the area of Vallenar, we find a mixture of IOAs and IOCGs, that are at the same stratigraphic height. So it really questions this idea that the IOA should be deeper stratigraphically compared to IOCG. And this makes us think about the genetic model that relates both types of deposits. IOAs are not deposits that are homogeneous. We have different types of mineralization of IOA. There is a review paper of 22 by Reishi et al. That show that there are IOA deposits that are of deep environment, for example, Los Colorados, as well as IOAs that are almost areas that are outside the Mesozoic area, for example, in the high mountain range of Antofagasta. But there is a whole range in between. I have a whole presentation about them. But one of the questions we want to answer is how do we understand the relationship between both types of deposits? We don't have any intrusions associated, and this removes some tools to study this more analytically or academically. So what triggers mineralization? How can we answer this? And this is what I call a proxy. A proxy is a variable that represents another one, which we cannot be measuring directly. This is the example of the trees, for example. There are people who study the rings of the trees in order to understand the climate or the environment of the past. So by studying one thing, they can understand another that I cannot measure directly. So what we do here is that we can find the chemistry of the minerals and their variability to understand the variability and how the fluids have changed throughout time. So the idea is to find alteration minerals that give us some information in terms of the temporal evolution. I've shown you what we understand as the paragenesis, and some minerals are repeated in several phases of alteration, from early on to the main mineralization phases. And there are two that we decided to study. One is magnetite, and the other one is the actinolite, which is found in the early stages of alteration as well as in late stages. And they are repeated with IOA deposits. So maybe we can understand the relationship between both types of deposits. Magnetite is one of the main minerals both in IOA or IOCG deposits. The chemistry has been quite studied to characterize IOA deposits. In many papers have been published about textural changes, and lately we have tried to apply this, but to the IOCG deposits. Work published in 2020, they had samples of Candelaria, and they discovered that by imaging studies and compositional studies of magnetite at greater or lesser depths of the deposit, we realized that the cores of the magnetite had a composition that reflects an environment of high temperature versus the edges that reflect an environment of lower temperatures. And even the deeper samples, what happens is when the magnetite is in imbalance with the environment where it formed. If there's a high temperature magnetite, it's dissolved when the temperature is lower. There are other studies globally, and they have characterized that there are compositional changes in the magnetites of the IOAs versus the IOCGs. There is a constant change here. Now, in the world of the actinolite, we need to remember that this is a silicate of the family of the amphiboles, and here we have the mineralization pre and post of the IOCG deposits. Here we have very fine grain of actinolites in the bedrock, and there's a mineralization of chalcopyrite and pyrite. So what we wanted to answer here is whether there was a compositional differences between both families of actinolite and what could we learn from that. We studied well in Candelaria more than 1,500 meters in depth that cut the whole deposit, and we sampled actinolite systematically to see whether there were differences. And this was blind because the study had not been done before. What we found looking at these images where we see the different compositional differences, there were many textures that talked about imbalance, overgrowth, replacement, that there are different alteration pulses of actinolites, but also there are compositional differences. The cores are more magnesium compared to the external areas that are rich in iron. Not only iron and magnesium, but there's differences in titanium, aluminum, and sodium. And looking at this, we used the iron number, which is for the iron magnesium ratio that was used previously to differentiate between an actinolite of high and low temperatures to see whether there were differences. And what we found are two domains that are quite marked, where we found a domain that texturally was early or more deep, and this had a lower iron number, so there was more magnesium. So this was a later domain that has a higher iron number, which implies that it's higher in iron. Not only iron and magnesium, but also compositional differences with titanium, sodium, and aluminum. So if I see this, and I see these two very well-marked clusters, those iron numbers that are lower indicate that there is an actinolate of a higher temperature versus one that is lower, and it's related to the alteration styles. We can differentiate the actinolate that is of the calcium iron environment, like cluster 1, versus that one that is from the potassium iron, which is the cluster number 2. What is the genetic model behind this? This is an integrated model, which is in the case of Candelaria. We find that there are mineralization styles that are early, and it's wider in terms of the extension of the alteration, characterized by having magnetite, actinolite, and we relate this with the lower iron numbers. And they are more similar to a mineralization or alteration of an IOA environment. If we join together with studies that are done with zircons in the associated magnetism, we can associate it to intrusions that have a zircon chemistry that is more reduced and anhydrous, and is similar to the zircon deposits in the IOA deposits. And here we find the IOCG stages rich in copper. We find actinolites with higher iron numbers. That indicates a lower temperature that can be associated to magmatism that is more oxidated and more hydro, that will facilitate the transport and precipitation of copper. So we can then associate the work that was done with zircon chemistry with the work that was done with mineral chemistry to propose an integrated model. And what is the great difference here? That the relationship between IOA and IOCG is not vertical, but rather in the temporal. And I first form an IOA, and then overimposed to it, we have an IOCG. It is not always going to be favorable. And there is a single case where we have IOA and IOCG mines, for example, Mina Justa and in Peru, but we can find at least these types of alterations with marked superpositions.
Now, to conclude, and this is what we're trying to understand now, we've got a bit more management of what happens with high temperature, what happens with those magma that's open here in this environment, right? With the milder expressions here. I would like to understand the copper silver strata-bound deposits. We can see that there's some association of IOCGs and IOAs with this, right? What happens with deposits that are, what happens with metallic solidification? We have IOCGs that are extremely rich in cobalt, right? For example, we also find manganese mineralization associated. We've got the example here of the strata-bound strip of the Mesozoic era, which agrees with IOCGs in time and space. It also agrees in isotopic reason, which has led us to think that there's some type of genetic relationship. We've got the district of Talcuna, San Antonio, which are towards the east of the city of La Serena, where we found the ICG and strata-bound mineralization's got similar structural controls. We're now working and trying to understand what happens with that evolution towards the most shallow, superficial areas. As final conclusions, we still have much to understand, but we know the ICG deposits are a complex family of these types of ore or mine sites, right? But we always find patterns that are processes in the Andes that are similar, and this is key to understand these processes. It's key to understand about formation. It helps to understand into systems that start evolving through different vents that start overlapping more than just one fluid, and which is key, including the relationship with those IOA deposits or iron apatite oxides, right? And it's quite entertaining, and this is what I do, right? And we need to still search for what happens in the most superficial areas, the acid, not as that will help us understand ISAGs, not as a specific deposit, but similar to what we see in copper porphyries or in the mineral system, where we need to understand the architecture, the fluid starts changing, the different types of mineralization start changing. They're all associated, and with this I'll conclude. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Irene del Real, geologist and academic from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. We hope that studies like the one that she's presented to us now drive exploration and the discovery for new mine sites or deposits that are IOCG, IOA. Next. Up next, we have the lecture called Project. Growth of the project Costa Fuego and the potential for the new discovery of La Verde. Our speaker will be Andrea Aravena, a manager of geology in Chile, of Hot Chili Limited. She's a geologist from Universidad de Concepción with more than 13 years of experience in her industry, with traditional studies in project management and operations in Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Before joining Hot Chili, she worked 4 years as a geologist and as a mine and exploration geologist in gold operations for companies Yamana Gold and Dayton Mining Company. She joined Hot Chili in 2011 as a senior geologist and has worked supervising and managing the drilling and exploration programs for Productora El Fuego and recently Cortadera. She contributed to the realization of the pre-feasibility study of Productora, and she continues supporting the environmental and legal permits for the company's current operations. Andrea, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, FEXMIN, for the invitation this year to present my project. Last year, I was honored enough to be invited to a woman in explorations panel. But today, I am here to present what the company has been working hard on for 15 years, exploring in the region of Atacama and developing a large copper project, which is Costa Fuego. We provided a feasibility study this year with a project with 20 years of LOM, with 100,000 tons of fine copper per year. And another piece of news that I'd like to share with you, which is very important for us, is the new discovery that we have, which is also to the south of Vallenar. It's the discovery of La Verde. Disclaimer. For those of you that don't know Hot Chili, I'd like to speak about our corporate structure. We are an Australian company that's been listed in the Australia Stock Exchange since 2010. For 3 years, we already started to be listed in the stock exchange in the U.S. and in Canada, North America. And generally, it's a company. It's mainly from Australian investors, right? But we've also got Glencore, and which has got a 7.5% share of hot chili. What makes our project unique? What makes Costa Fuego unique? Where are we located? We are located in a privileged region, which is only 17 kilometers to the south of the city of Vallenar. We're in the coastal range with infrastructure that exists at only 14 kilometers from the highway, Ruta 5. We're 600 kilometers north of Santiago. And we've got the Las Losas port and Huasco Valley, only 50 kilometers from the Costa Fuego project. We've got the Maitencillo substation, which is to say connection to electricity, to power, only 17 kilometers for the project. And we also got Vallenar with 52,000 inhabitants. We've got Freirina, we've got Huasco. We've got all the existing infrastructure, which makes it a very low-risk project. But what is Costa Fuego? Costa Fuego is made up of 3 deposits. The first one is Productora. The second one is Cortadera, which we will comment on later. And I'll talk about the 15 years of exploration to reach to the project we've got now, what we've been through. And San Antonio, which is a satellite project. They're all within a 20-kilometer radius. What have been the most significant milestones that we've reached with this? We have finished the pre-feasibility study, which took us many years. Today, in March this year, we provided the pre-feasibility of the water project, which is something that we've got as a company to Huasco Water. And the new discovery of La Verde, which we started drilling since last year, and to date, we've finalized the first exploration phase. But Costa Fuego has a resource of 788 million tons of 0.45 copper equivalent in terms of indicated resources, quite robust. It's been made up of these 3 deposits, right? And equally as important, during these 15 years that we've been exploring, we've been working along with communities and the region. 85% of our workers are from Vallenar. All of our employees and collaborators are local, too. And something quite important is that since we started with exploration and drilling in Productora and all of Costa Fuego, we never touched the water, neighboring water, right in the region. And we're currently one of the only companies in the Huasco sector that have an accepted maritime consortium, right? We've got, we put in it took us 8 years to get the permit. So we've got this maritime concession, and it's one of the only projects in the region that's got a water solution that's already ready and active, facilitated. If we think that it's a region that in all the Andes mountain range and in Huasco, we have other large projects that will be developed later on. They're neighboring, right? Like Jose Maria, Field de Source, etc. In this slide, you see all of our effort made as a team, everything we've worked on during these 15 years, and how everything started. We started in 2010. We were in the stock market in Australia, but the company actually started in 2008. We started with exploration in the project, Productora, with drilling campaigns, mapping campaigns, soil campaigns, but only in 2010, as a company, did we start with full drilling in 2011, just to obtain the first resource of Productora in 2011. Later, when around 250,000 meters of drilling, in 2016, we were able to provide the pre-feasibility of the project Productora. But before that, in Productora, we had many updates of the resource. We had understanding of the deposit, which is something that we'll later see the geology of this, right? And something that my colleague already commented about. Irene, we're in the geological spot we're at. We were going to see the complexity of Productora deposit, right? In 2014, before we delivered it and we were in the pre-feasibility stage of Productora, we found a new deposit, and it was only 400 meters away from Productora. Productora is a tourmaline breccia that's structurally controlled, and then we find a deposit, and we found copper porphyrialis, and we started to accelerate the pre-feasibility study to reach 2016 to be able to deliver the pre-feasibility of Productora on that year. That's when we realized that this agreed with a decrease in the copper market, and we realized that the copper was missing grade or mineral, and within the exploration pipeline we had seen this project, but it was at a time where we had to completely lower our exploration. Most of the team had to just go home, but we were able to stay afloat as a company, and during 2016 and 2019, which were years where we had very low exploration in the different regional targets that we had around or neighboring, right? Just like the project San Antonio was consolidated, which we also consolidated in that sector. We called it the area El Fuego. We also explored and we did some exploration in Productora, but here the corporate strategy of the company at that time was very important. Led and currently also led by Kristen Easterday, our CEO, and our Vice President Jose Ignacio Silva, to ensure and be quite persistent to not only guarantee that we've got all the easements for the Productora project, but we also entered the permitting at that time to have water for the mining project. That's when we started to create the permits for the maritime concession. Also by trying to consolidate the Cortaderas project, which is only 14 kilometers away to the southeast of Productora. It took us 4 years to consolidate this and to have the procurement option of 100% of the Cortadera project. Once we were able to procure Cortadera, we fully started with the exploration campaign in order to obtain our first resource from Cortadera in 2020. In 1 year, we tried to validate the information. We did more than 25,000 meters of drilling to obtain the first resource from Cortadera. We later continued with a different pipeline, regional pipeline, developing it at the same time that we're developing and understanding the Cortadera deposit. And in 2022, we obtained the combined resource for Costa Fuego, which included Productora, Cortadera, and also our San Antonio resource with the drillings that we've done in San Antonio throughout the years. Well, it was in 2018 and 2019. That was a large milestone. In addition to other milestones we had from our corporate side, including our MOU in 2022 with Puerto Las Losas or Las Losas Port. In 2022, we also did some exploration campaigns in addition to, or right next to, neighboring to Cortadera at its west side. And once we have this, we already had this combined resource, we started working on getting the first economic and financial analysis of Costa Fuego, simultaneously doing all the different studies we needed for pre-feasibility. So in 2023, we were able to provide the technical report 43101 regarding the preliminary study, and we're about to deliver this year the pre-feasibility of Costa Fuego, which I'll talk about the numbers later on. In the midst of this, because our core business has always been to explore and to follow greenfield projects and take them, actually develop them. Starting 2024, we were able to acquire all the Domeico claims, right, and the new discovery of what we call the La Verde discovery. It took us 6 years to consolidate that entire area. And what are we currently doing? Today, as I commented before, in March, we delivered the pre-feasibility study of Costa Fuego with the report 43101. The discovery of La Verde in this first exploration phase. And we're currently working on trying to optimize our pre-feasibility study for 2026 to go to a second exploration stage in La Verde to later reach our final feasibility and to obtain the funding for the mine decision. And here we've got some important numbers of one of our large milestones this year, which is the pre-feasibility study for Costa Fuego. We currently have a project which is quite large, considerable, with a low capital. We've got an MVP of 1.2 billion. We've got 100,000 tons of fine copper per year and 48,000 ounces of gold per year, which means it's quite a large project with a payback period of return on investment of 4.5 years. This is a project that is well advanced, and of course we'll develop it in this decade, which is something that I was talking about today, well, this morning, with someone, that there are many projects nowadays in Chile that have focused much on brownfield exploration, but not in greenfield projects like the one that we're bringing here to this pipeline and the copper deficiency or decrease that we'll have, or deficiency that we'll have possibly very soon.
So this is the infrastructure of Costa Fuego. In general, the Costa Fuego project is something that is unique. There is an existing infrastructure, and it minimizes the environmental aspects. We have the road number 5 at 14 kilometers, and the processing plant and the sulfite plant and the leaching plant will be in the Productora project. And everything that belongs to the Cortadera project, the ore extraction, will be taken through a rock conveyor of 14 kilometers to be processed in Productora itself. As I said, we are at only 50 kilometers away of Huasco. Therefore, there will be a pipeline that will take seawater from Huasco to the Productora project. The whole process will be with seawater, and this will minimize something that is really important in the area, because this is the Atacama Desert. There's a water scarcity there. So today, to be able to use seawater for a process is very relevant, at least for this project. So what resources do we have in Costa Fuego and what we have seen in these 15 years? The Costa Fuego resource has 360,000 meters of drilled area. We have 4 resources in total. We have 1 million tons of resources at 0.34% of copper. And this is the main project that provides the greatest amount of resource, is Cortadera. As we see in the image, this is a longitudinal section where we see the 3 bodies in Cortadera. Cortadera contributes 531 million tons, and we have 4 resources here, regardless of whether there are 3 deposits. The other one is Productora, that is separate into Productora with Turmalin, and also the Alice area, the porphyry area. Here we have 250 million tons, and San Antonio, which is a satellite project that contributes mostly high grade. So today we have consolidated the deposits that were totally greenfield and did not have any previous resources, but now we have 1 million tons already in this new project that will be developed very soon. Here, I want to show you the growth of the resource in these 15 years and what have been the important milestones. Initially, we started the exploration in 2011. We started with Productora. As we see, at that time, in the first resource, we only had 0.26 million tons of copper equivalent. And we have a greater inferred resource, deferred resource. In 2012 to 2020, we continued exploring Productora. We also explored Alice and San Antonio, but what did the significant change in the project was the acquisition of the Cortadera project. In 2019, when we acquired the Cortadera project, we already increased our resource from 0.26 million tons to 2.06 million tons, just in the first year of drilling of the Cortadera project. Then, as you can see, between 2020 and 2022, and then 2022, 2024, we did the drilling in Cortadera, which was focused on that deposit specifically. And we increased the resource from 2.06 to 3.41 million tons. And today we have it at 361 million tons. And the last update between 22 and 24, this was due, not only did it increase 6% in the copper, the content of copper equivalent, but also today we have a resource that is 85% of the resources that are indicated and measured. So the latest drillings, what they did was to change the categorization of the resource. In blue, we have the resource of Cortadera, and in green, Productora. San Antonio and Alice contribute a smaller part compared to in Costa Fuego. Now we will go into the geology and where is Costa Fuego located. This goes in hand with what our colleague Irene mentioned. We are in an area in the boundary between the coastal Cordillera and the Atacama Fault system. Here we have all the deposits, different types of deposits that are related with the Atacama Fault. In red, we have the Cretaceous porphyries, and also in yellow, we have the IOCG deposit and IOA deposits. And here we have a more simplified map of the geology, and in this range of 20 kilometers, there is a different superposition of these deposits. Productora, initially with the characteristics that we see, it was initially explored as an IOCG deposit. This started in 2011, and by 2014, we discovered Alice, only 400 meters away. In red, you see the porphyries, but Alice is 121 million years old. And 14 kilometers to the southeast, we have the porphyries of Cortadera. So in all the sequence, which are volcanic sequences and sedimentary sequences of the lower Cretaceous, we have also the non-intrusive of the Cretaceous. But in this range of 20 kilometers, we have a superposition of different types of deposits, which makes this very complex. So as I said before, we started focusing in Productora with a reservoir type IOCG. We had a gap of tourmaline that was controlled, and here we have a north to south train, and with these northwestern structures that are very relevant, because in some sectors in the tourmaline gap, what it does is increase the mineralization. Productora has a footprint. You see the mineralization of 8 kilometers, but the main resource is focused on 2 kilometers in the north-south. And and here we have all the sequences that are iodacite, rhyodacite, and they are completely altered because there are different intrusion events around the Productora. Productora has 5 phases. And in phase 2, this corresponds to the hydrothermal breccia, and they are associated to the main mineralizing event of Productora. Here we see tourmaline, and the main event is associated to potassium feldspar alterations. And as I mentioned, initially this was focused on an IOCG type deposit, but when we discovered Alice in 2014, Alice is a typical copper porphyry with the mineralization of type A, B, and southward, and a lithocape, a little layer of that is bryophyllite quartz, and this led us to explore porphyries in this sector. Here we have El Molle, anhydrite, all the strip of IOCG and IOA. So it took us a long time to understand the Productora deposit because it has characteristics of IOCG, but also characteristics that are associated to porphyry deposits. This is a type section of Productora. This tourmaline breccia that has different fascias, and in general, the deposit become narrower. It is not deeper than 500 millimeters. And in some sectors, particularly towards the north, it not only has a structural control, but also it has mantle type control. Regarding the exploration in Productora, there were companies that explored Productora before, but at very low scale. Initially, the exploration started in 1995 and in 1999 with very little drillings, but it wasn't up to 2008 where we entered and we started exploring there. In Productora, there was a small mine called Productora, and it took mineral to a plant in Vallenar. But it wasn't up to 2014 when we were able to have a resource in Productora with 231 million tons, and in 2016 we have the pre-feasibility study and the combined pre-feasibility. Regarding Cortadera, this is different from what we have in Productora. In Cortadera, the geology is a porphyry type deposit. We have 3 bodies in a fall that goes from the north to the west, bodies 1, 2, 3, and the third body provides greater tonnage to the resource. And this is the geological model in 4 dimensions that we developed in Cortadera. This includes the information not only from the drillings, the lithology, chalcopyrite ratios, the geochemistry that was done of the soils, as well as geochemistry of the drillings, and the mapping of the veinlets and the percentage of veinlets type A or B, which has been essential to understand the Cortadera deposit, and the chronology of different pulses in which we We have two important mineralizing pulses in Cortadera. One are the intrusions that are tonalitic composition, but there is another one called the early mineral or the early intrusive that has more than 5% percentage of type A or B veinlets, and this is associated to high copper grades between 0.5, 0.8 up to 1%, and it is quite characterized in body number 3. And this is in magenta. In red, what we see is the intraminerals that have between 1 and 5% of type 1A and B veinlets and provides mineralization, and the grades are between 0.2 and 0.4 of copper. And in yellow, we have the late porphyries, and they have very little mineralization. And this is where the bedrock is a limestone and shales from the lower Cretaceous. And by having these intrusions, they generate the skarts and hornfelds that also have mineralization. And to summarize the history of Cortadera, there was exploration between 93 and 95, similar to Productora, but it wasn't until Minera Fuego entered in 2009 and 2013 to do exploration. They drilled 23,000 meters. They had already identified the mineralization, the porphyry-type mineralization in the area, but it wasn't up until Minera Fuego entered that where they identified the three bodies. However, they did not develop any geological model or any resource. There were some reports where they estimated that there were around 100 million tons. But today, we have developed 530 million tons to date. So after we acquired it in 2009, we saw that the deposit was open both in terms of depth as well as laterally. And today, we have developed the Cortadera deposit with a resource of more than 80,000 meters drilled and the 500 million tons. And something that has us very happy as a company, having the knowledge of the zone and the region, not only Productora and Alice. Alice has the porphyry, 121 million Cortadera. These are Cretaceous porphyries, 92 million years in age. And now we have La Verde. La Verde is located 40 kilometers from Costa Fuego. And this is one of the intercepts that we had in the second drill, 308 meters, 0.5% copper, and 0.2 grams of gold. This has been exploited for oxides. There was a small pit where you see the outcrop of porphyries, and this was taken to Dos Amigos mine. Here we see the location of La Verde. In April 2024, we consolidated the Domeyko sector, but we could not consolidate the main ownership where the porphyry is outcropping. We took 6 years to consolidate the area, and once we consolidated Domeyko but not La Verde, we started with an exploration campaign, regional campaign, regarding soil sampling. More than 2,000 soil samples that were analyzed chemistry for 48 elements, and also surface mapping. There's many areas, and most of it is covered by gravel, and this makes difficult to do the exploration. And also we did some geophysical studies, and by October 2024, we consolidate the main pertinence. Before we had Hot Bay in this area, they had it for 10 years, but we did not consolidate the main pertinence where La Verde is located. So we started drilling immediately, and we did the task of looking at the areas where we wanted to go in the main sector. And in the second drilling, we had a lot of intercepts. We already have identified a zone. We have drilled 31 holes in exploration and 10,000 meters of drills. We have 3 areas of high grade already identified. These are surface mineralizations. Great part of the south is covered by gravel. But the first drilling started in the north. Here we have this characteristic trend that we see in La Verde, north, northeast, and also northwest in this sector. And as you see here, these are the intercepts that we obtained in the first campaign, where half of the drillings have a mineralization.
We can see the drilling that we've done here in green and in La Verde. And we started with a reverse air campaign. Therefore, here, the intercepts, and we weren't able to go more than 350 or 400 meters. But we can see how these Cretaceous porphyries that come in clusters, how it's quite similar to what we've seen in Cortadera, right? And we already have a recognized footprint of 1 kilometer in this northeast extension and of 750 meters, as we can see in the entire extension, with a footprint of 0.2% copper. As you can see, we've got many intercepts here in drilling, and they go from the surface from 26 meters. And many of these are drillings, they were left out, right? What's coming here, a second diamond drilling phase to go to delve into these 3 centers that we've identified and to obtain a first resource of what La Verde would be, right? And the idea is to accelerate this a bit. We already we entered the permitting to see the more regional part of La Verde. This new discovery can possibly change much the figure of Cortafuego, and it's a great potential to increase the resource that we currently already have in 1 million tons. What is the potential that we've seen to date, and that we've got in all the neighboring parts in an area that is close by to La Verde, which covers 5 kilometers times 4.7. We've got identified 4 potential porphyries. The first one is the one that we just drilled on in La Verde. As you can see there in yellow, with 0.2% copper in the model. We still don't have a geological model with diamond drilling. We will have create many twin holes here to understand what these instructions look like, and there's these porphyries, and to understand the extension in depth, because the body is still it's open so much laterally as it is in depth. We have other porphyry type targets of exploration, the same northeast train, which is not covered by gravel, which you can see in magenta, but both the geophysics and the probabilistic 3D model that we use geochemically, where we work with Fathom Geophysics, aims to having a large target in depth in this northeast extension. And we also have 2 potential targets for porphyry exploration that are, as you see in the image, they're covered, the entire sector is covered by gravels, but they're in a low magnetic area with magnetic anomalies, and it would be these 2 potential targets for exploration that our company is currently focused on. Once we start with explorations in La Verde, not only to have our first resource, but to recognize what is the district potential we've got in this entire sector. This is a part of La Verde, but of course we've got more targets within the Domeico region. So To conclude, I'd like to comment about these 3 large milestones we've had and what it's been in these 15 years that we've developed a project. And these 3 greenfield projects that we currently call this Cortafuego mining hub, which is a project that is quite advanced, that we hope we have concluded the final feasibility of this in 2026. And to start, we've advanced in all the baselines and the environmental impact studies, but of course, we must work on everything we need for the environmental impact assessment, and and we need to work on funding and the mining decisions. Hopefully you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you very much. Andrea Aravena, Manager of Geology in Chile of Hot Chili Limited. Thank you very much for presenting this project, Costa Fuego, and the new discovery of La Verde. And congratulations for the series of discoveries. We will now continue with the talk Andean Salt Flats, the future challenges. The speaker is Ivan Milnarz, the Executive Vice President of INAMI. He's a geologist from Universidad de Chile. He worked for more than 13 years as a head geologist for operations in Anglo American, where he coordinated the operations geology team, updating the short-term geological model defining mineral zones. Silence, please. Please be silent. Updating the short-term geological model defining new zones for the mineral control of slope angle, the different blasting, the reconciliation of geological models of medium, long, and short-term, and geological information capture within the pit to update the reserve and structural models. In 2023, he later started to work in INAMI, where he's currently the Executive Vice President. Ivan, the floor is yours. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. There are many people working with us, as Pablo probably remembered everything that we worked on in Las Frances when they were explaining about my resume. I need to work on the Salt Flat Alto Andino, which is heading the Mining National Association, right? This is framed within the National Lithium Strategy, and has had an important development in the last 24 months, where I've been leading with INAMI. Now, what is important here? This is an exploration campaign which has had important results. I won't delve into the data you have here, but I want you to know that the resources that are assigned by the North American institution, which tells all of us what exists across the world. In Chile, they said that there's 11 million tons of lithium in terms of resources. That's why having that number is important to understand the extent and the results that we're having in the Alto Andino project. Now, I'd also like to tell you where the Alto Andino salt flat is. It is in the lithium triangle where all the salt flats are between Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia. And if you create a line between the Atacama salt flat and the Juno salt flat, here we got the Alto Andino salt flats, which they were called Nueve Salares, and then 7 salt flats, and then 5 salt flats. And they're currently called Salares Alto Andino, or Alto Andino salt flats. And we're currently focusing on 3 salt flats. It's Salar Grande, Salar Aguilar, and La Isla, Salar La Isla, in the northernmost part of the region, of the Atacama region. Why are we working on this? Because the National Lithium Strategy assigns the National Mining Company to explore and to work on a project here, basically because the company and its prior administration in office, right, they defined that they had a mining property. We needed to form a team, and we started working preliminarily on this area. And then in 2022, we requested for the seal, which, as you know, is a special contract that allows any company to access the lithium resources that are not given by concession, right? We requested, based on the area that you see on screen, which is in green, we just got 4 salt flats, and the 3 I already mentioned, but we also have the INGLÉS salt flats. And then to your left, closer to the border with Argentina, we've got Salar Marinas, which was part of this process, but these are part of the salt flats that will be left for protection, which is one of the important parts that our national lithium strategies has got. What's the information that we had before we started with the exploration campaign? At the beginning of 2024, we had initial background information of the resource potentials. In the case of the La Isla salt flat, which has always been the most interesting one, we talked about 853 kilotons of lithium at 841 ppm, and the Aguilar salt flat is a bit lower, 662 kilotons with a grade that is much lower of 488 ppm. We've got Salar Grande, or there's no estimations for this. Therefore, we thought that the project was at 1.5 million tons of lithium with an average of 686 ppm. We had conducted a series of archaeological climatic studies. We've attached the background information we had before, and we did at least 600 kilometers of geophysics lines to have an idea of where we were going to enter, and to have an idea of the hydrogeological models of the basins that we were working on. I'll go now to the campaign. Once we created the report at the beginning of this year, we had 8 drilling campaigns that were realized, right? 2 that we were developing, the maximum depth that we reached in the salt flat, which is a bit more than 500 meters. We had 3,188 meters drilled. We had added many more meters in terms of geophysics. Therefore, we already had relevant information. 4 drillings in each one of the salt flats allowed us to get an idea, to have a report, to report on the resources. And the first salt flat we worked on, which was Aguilar, which is a bit lower at 3,300 meters. Therefore, we started working first on that one, and that salt flat. There's a description of the lithologies, which allowed us to start to understand the structure of these salt flats, not only from an indirect geophysics way, but to better understand each one of the lithologies that we found. I won't go into detail here. I don't think it's worth it, but we were able to advance in the hydrogeological model of Aguilar. We started doing the sampling every 18 meters to understand the concentrations. We realized that this is a salt flat which was a bit more complex than what it seemed initially. It's got significant variations at its horizontal line. At some areas it had 800 ppm in terms of concentrations, and in other areas it's got 300 ppm. We built a model which allowed us to advance and progress in terms of the resources that Montgomery had created before, to our new one provided by ANFOS, which allowed us to increase our resources in 40%. They're all measured and indicated, and we're currently talking about 920 kilotons of lithium, of an average grade of 4.9 million tons for the Aguilar salt flat. We also looked at the INGLÉS salt flat. Due to its volume, it's even more interesting. We were able to detail its geology, to know what we were looking at in depth. We started integrating the drillings with geophysics. We started building the model. Likewise, we were able to understand that we found much higher grades. We're talking about 700 to 1,132 ppms in the brine samples, which helped us shift from the only estimation that we had, which was one that we did in Suriname, to a new estimation or definition of resources made by ANFOS, and it went through all the different requirements, and we found an increase of 150%. And we went from 0.8 million tons to 2.13 million tons, which an average grade of 886 ppm, which clearly transformed the Alto Andino salt flat project into the largest lithium greenfield we currently have in Chile. Because with the 3 million, with an average grade of 184, we've got the mega lithium projects in brine or in salt flats, which are comparable to the most important ones, very well mentioned in Argentina. We haven't been stagnant. We've continued advancing, progressing. We currently have got one machine, right? We've got one machine that is working in Aguilar. It's a bit lower to be able to withstand winter. Our aim is to finish to finish well and do a pump test before 2025, before year end, and only not to in order to have the resources and to advance in the categories for these type of projects. We already have 10 drillings, right? We've got observation wells, we've got more, or ponds, we've got more than 4,000 meters drilled, and therefore the estimation that we're providing for a bit more than 3 million could have a significant variation. And to see how much the significant variation could be when we're talking about the 3 million tons, it means that we are going to increase the lithium resources in Chile 28% with this report. We estimate that we should be at around 25 and 30% additional. So we're going to exceed 33 or 35% of the increase of the resources that are currently reported in Chile in a campaign that the National Lithium Company is developing, right? At the same time that it was facing one of its most important and significant financial crises. And one of the elements that keeps us joyful, with joy, is that just like we were able to face a crisis with Enami, we've been able to we've been able to contribute to the national lithium strategy, and we've been able to give speed to the lithium strategy, right? Since 1979, that lithium resources were reserved for the state, and there were no drilling campaigns or mining claims or properties that were not state-owned. And that's something quite strange. The first ponds or wells that we've developed in mining properties are by third parties, but the resources are the state is the everything we did in the Aguilar y La Isla salt flats with their outcomes that we just presented. There were too many years where no state companies executed a right or an attribution that they had. So we're quite pleased to be able to contribute these outcomes and this information in this fair, where what we want to do is present exploration topics that have been presented. And we're here available to solve any questions you may have regarding the other elements that the National Lithium Strategy has got and our project Salares Alto Andino has, which has not only been in the exploration campaigns. It's a public knowledge that we currently have a partnership that is defined with Rio Tinto. This was developed in a competitive process where we, by the end of 2023, there is the international call, right, to know who wanted to be part of the company in this process. We received 2 companies that wanted to engage in this and participate in the way at a short list of 4 companies. Then after we did all the audits of the project, there were 2 companies that proposed their binding proposals, and our board found that Rio Tinto was the one that provided more for the country and for the company. That's why we'll continue working with Rio Tinto. And only to conclude, the element that we're missing here is the signature of the seal. This agreement, the contract is already, the General Controller of the Republic has already approved it, and it's been reviewed by Cochilco, which is the authority that has to define if what the decree defined is in the contract or not. And we're a few days away from the official signature of the first seal that will be provided for more than 10 years for us to continue exploring lithium in our country. Thank you very much. If you have any questions or comments, I'm here available for you in the time we've got, which is 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Ivan. Ivan is a geologist from Universidad de Chile and executive vice president of ENAMI. I understand that you've got a stand here in FEXMIN in the fair, right? Yes, we've got a stand, the National Mining Company. It's one of the large mining claims holders, right? We're here at the willingness, we're here for everyone, for small and medium scale mining. And we have many interesting projects for you to review, and they will be presented. They'll talk about the projects in the next days to come, different panels. Okay, so please, you're invited. The invitation is extended to go to the ANAMI stand to obtain more information if necessary. Thank you very much, Ivan.
Y ahora vamos a tener un descanso de 20 minutos. En el área de los stands hay café en las cuatro.
Okay, now we've got a 20-minute break, and we've got there's coffee. So let's get back here at 5 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. We will now start with the last panel from our inauguration day for FEXMIN. I'd like to remind you that after this lecture and our final lecture by Jorge Clavero, because remember that we switched, Juana Rita was not able to arrive today, right? So we switched them around. After the inauguration cocktail, we'll have the inauguration cocktail at 6:30 p.m. So we are now going to introduce our next speaker with the we're going to talk about new geological background of the gold deposit Phoenix Gold in Atacama, Chile. The speaker will be Mr. Enrique Garay, who has been working with us in FEXMIN since the beginning almost. He's a senior geologist and senior vice president of geology and exploration for Rio 2 Limited. He's a geology engineer from the Sociedad de Ingeniería Lima with a master's degree in mineral exploration from Queen's University in Canada. He's a senior geologist and member of the Association of Professional Geoscientists and Geoengineers from British Columbia, with more than 25 years of experience in the precious and base metals industry. He is a qualified person, and according to the instrument 4301 from Canada, he's worked in Peru, Chile. He's worked on the evaluation and assessment of different mining projects in different countries, and he has worked for Bear Gold Corporation and Consorcio Minero Horizonte, Rio Alto Mining, and Dexa Resources. He's currently a senior VP for Geology and Exploration in Rio 2 Limited. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Yes, the first FEXMIN I attended to was in 2018. It was a small organization, and I'm very happy to see that it has grown. There's many participants, also speakers and stands. So thank you for inviting me once again. I am going to present the advances made in the geology and knowledge of the Phoenix Gold Project. This is a view towards the east. To the right, we see Phoenix South, then Phoenix Central, and Phoenix North. 2.5 kilometers in extension, southeast, northeast, and about 600 meters wide and 500 meters in depth. Rio 2 Limited is a public company. We started when I was a junior in Toronto, and many of the things that I've said is known by the investors. Rio 2 is a Canadian company. Our corporate office is in Canada. We have our technical office in Lima, and our project in the Atacama region. Our corporate office in Chile is in Copiapó. Why Lima? Because, just to give you some history, Rio 2 is the younger sister of Rio Alto Mining. I joined Rio Alto Mining in 2010 when the company was worth $50 million. And in 2015, after building 2 mines, we sold it to Tahoe Resources for $1.2 million. And then Alex Black formed this Rio 2. And we reached an agreement, a friendly agreement with Atacama Pacific, and we merged the companies. And now we are in the process of construction. Although we are a junior company, we are a junior company that builds mines and operates mines. The shares of Rio 2 are in the Toronto Stock Exchange Venture, Rio as Rio FF, and in the Lima Stock Exchange. Here, I would like to say that we are in the process of a merger. The Stock Exchange of Colombia, Lima, and Santiago Bogotá, Lima, and Santiago. And here in Santiago, you will be able to invest in the shares of Rio Dos. This is the return of the shares from December 2023 to date. There's a very well-known story that we were put on hold, and with a lot of work, we got the EI approval. Then we obtained the sector permits and the financing in October 2023, or 2024, sorry. And immediately we started building the mine, and today we have an advance of 56% of the construction of the new gold mine in Chile. The financing was, we raised $170 million. This was a combination of equity, debt, and streaming. This was a successful management in a very complex situation. So, Phoenix Gold. Phoenix Gold Limited is a Chilean company that operates in the Phoenix Gold projects, and it's controlled 100% by Rio Dos Limited. Very quickly, we will review the economic geology of the deposit, the development of the project and construction, and what comes afterwards. For those who don't know the project, Phoenix Gold is located 144 kilometers by road, by CH-31 from Copiapó, the international road that goes to Argentina. In kilometer 130, there is a detour of about 20 kilometers that reaches the project. The company controls more than 16,000 hectares of mining concessions for exploitation and exploration. So we are in the northern part of the famous Maricunga Strip. Our closest neighbors are La Coipa, to the south Lobomar, La Pepa Volcán Refugio, and these are very well-known reservoirs. From the regional point of view, the Maricunga project is located, Cerro Maricunga, which is now Phoenix Gold, is in the intersection of two lines, Potenlo and this northeast system. The reservoir is in tertiary volcanic rocks. It is a very well-known plain in the region. And here we see the mining itself. This structure that is circular green in color is the volcano. We have the Maricunga salt flats to the right. So this would be the volcanic build and the Prieto magmatic breccias. And the next picture is where I'm standing in the international road looking towards the west here. This is the international road towards the west. This is what would have been the volcano before the erosion, and this is the injection of phreatomagmatic breccias, where we have the gold deposits. This is a very detailed geological map where many people have participated. I saw here Jorge Cavero, who did the study, and this is the result of a remapping and a reinterpretation. This is something that we called the complex of phreatomagmatic breccias, but we have all types of imaginable breccias present there. However, it was difficult to do the 3D union of all types of breccias, so we have grouped them as a complex of breccias. And there are domes, andesitic domes, and also a lake dome of 15.6 million years old, which outcrops in Phoenix Norte, marked in green here. In blue, we see the reserve bit, and in black, we have the resource bit. This is important because today we are building a 20,000 per day ton mine, and we are going to develop the reserve bit, which has a life of 17 years at 20,000 tons per day. This is a cartoon that Jorge prepared. He identified 10 volcanic centers and the Mars. And starting from this concept, we did 100% of the drillings of the project, and we generated a geological model from it. This is the work of a geologist, Jessica Idera, with Pamela Perez. This is the map of all the late dikes, and they prove that the main trend was northeast and northwest, and a secondary one was northeast. Also, the veinlets, the Maricunga type veinlets, that is called the black veins. We have one to the northeast and in the center east-west, and to the north we have north-south. And this is important because this allows us to define the orientation of the drillings, because the purpose is to drill orthogonally to this main trends. And the work of many people, Jorge Cabero, Pamela Perez, and the geology team of Phoenix is the conclusion is here. You see the circular structures of the marshes, the diatremes, and the structural map, which defines this northeast system, which is the latest one, Portazuelo, that divides Phoenix between Phoenix South and Central, and this other fault that is between Phoenix Central and Phoenix Norte, which explains very well the distribution of the diatreme and also the gold mineralization. This is a cartoon of the evolution of the diatreme, an initial stage, then a breccia zone, then the breccia activity, the injection of domes, and erosion. The erosion is at the end, and this is the way it looks right now. We see the way the erosion is in Phoenix. The lithology, well, this is the outcrop of the late dome of Phoenix North. This is the youngest rock, 15.8 million years, and the average age of the andesitic domes is 17.2. There's a difference of 400,000 years between one, and the gold is between the two in this rock here. So the domes, the late domes and dikes, the andesitic subvolcanism with young fragments, the marred tuffs, and with Jorge we learned that the angle of lamination gives us the level of erosion. When we have a greater angle, maybe it's deeper, and when it's a shallower angle, it's on more towards the top. And this is the conclusion that Phoenix South has a lower plane. The felsic domes, 17.2 million years, and the breccia complex, where we have the greatest amount of Maricunga-type quartz. This is a view of Phoenix North and Phoenix Central, and to the right, we see the color anomaly. Alonso Cepeda, who is a very well-known geologist in Chile, who did the transect, he said that all geologists took samples of those color anomalies and didn't get results because Phoenix has a very weak geothermal alteration, and we will always see these characteristics in Phoenix. And Alonso took samples, and they had half a gram of gold. This is a good view from a drone. This is Phoenix South, Central, and North. And this picture, I took this a couple of weeks ago. This is the area where they are building the leach pad. And you see Phoenix North and Central. And the volcanic rocks are andesitic with a strong color anomaly. The gold anomaly is in the greenish area, and they have a weak biothermal alteration. So how does gold occur? Mainly in these Maricunga-type veinlets. We call them black-banded veins. A student from Germany described them very well. These black bands are abundant intrusion of CO2 with traces of magnetite. And in this type of bands, this is where the gold mineralization occurs. So geologists in their logs, they map the number of veins per meter, and there is a very good correlation. The grade of gold increases as the vein increases. So this is an empiric relationship. And here we see several types and styles of mineralization. Here we see this filling up the breccia matrix. So the gold is basically in these black and white banded veins. The gray ones in the matrix are important because it has a lower grade gold, but it adds a gold mineralization to the system. This type of breccias are hosted mainly in the breccia complex, this type of veins, but secondarily in the dacite dome. There are two types of structures. In the study of Pamela Perez identified two systems, the northwest and the northeast, the east-west, which would be tensional. So to estimate the resources, we need to define a geological model. After the mapping, we have the geological model that I showed. These are the sections. We did sections every 50 meters, and we built a solid 3D model. This we see in blue the reserve pit, and in black the resource pit. The project has been drilled in a grid of 50 by 50 meters. We just did a program of grade control in Phoenix Sur in a grade of 25 by 25 for the first 3 years of the mine to increase the certainty of resource estimation. This is a longitudinal cut. We see how the breccia complex is distributed. These are vertical, intruded by dacitic domes mainly. And the hydrothermal alteration. This was interesting from when I arrived at the project. We measured with TerraSpec, and what we found was some gypsum non-dronite, but very weak. We sent samples to a lab in Vancouver to identify the alteration mineral, and then I will present that information. So there is a very weak alteration of smectite. The geologist this grid of soil sample, and we did also TerraSpec, and there is a metronite associated to the mineralized zone of Phoenix. We have kaolinite, harrosite as an envelope. As a conclusion, then, the Phoenix 2 deposit The mineralization occurs in the high part of a volcanic system, hosted mainly in a diatreme that is intruded by domes, dacitic and andesitic domes. The gold mineralization is hosted in the black banded veins. The magnetite is associated, or the black banded veins are associated to the magnetite, and we consider that it could be a hypogenic oxidation. There is abundant fluid which occur in boiling zones because of this fluid inclusions that were identified in the black bands. There is a weak hydrothermal alteration. There is low content of mercury, very low content of arsenic and antimonium. We have been careful to measure the arsenic because due to the process, it is in orders of ppvs. So it is a unique deposit. This Maricunga type veins occur in other reservoirs, but this type of veins is unique. There are no other deposits that have it. Our proposal then for this reservoir is that this is a low sulfidation, deep reservoir for gold, and it's at depth. The construction of the resources, the previous operator had taken samples of canals and the platforms and the drilling accesses, and we validated, as Rio Dos, we validated this sampling and we included it in the block model as vectors. We took 6,824 samples, surface samples, and we also drilled in a grid of around 50 by 50 meters. We drilled in total 115,000 meters, of which 31,000 were diamond drilling and the rest of reverse air. I want to highlight that with the first 100,000 meters were drilled by the previous operator. As Rio Dos, we have drilled 15,000 meters, and we have not included the 8,000 that we just drilled in the south. So this is the block model projected to the surface, the reservoir outcrops, and it is important to mention that the stripping ratio of the reserves at 20,000 tons is 0.85 to 1. So we're going to move 0.85 tons per 1 ton of mineral. This is the block model, how it is distributed, but this is with respect to the grade. Here we see the grade of the drills and also of the blocks, taking as a geological cutoff 0.15. The operational cutoff is 0.23. And this is the distribution of the mineralization in the longitudinal section.
Based on the surface sampling, we've identified the zones where there's deposit outcrop, and the mine site will start at Phoenix South. And we have the first meters that are outcropping there. We've also conducted geometallurgical studies, the mineralogical studies with Tascan and Cumscan, and the conclusion is that gold is associated to oxidized quartz, main leads, right? There's no copper, arsenic, and mercury, and clay sulfides, neither carbonites, right? There's none of them. It's just traces of that. The conclusion is that gold is leachable. We've also done column tests, and the column test, column leaching have averaged 75% recovery. And we've also done small heap leaching, in Calcan with 400 tons. We've done those tests with the positive results. And additionally, we took 175 samples of those that are rejected, crashed, right? We've done bottle tests with a mesh of 100 to a cyanide force of 200 ppm, right? And 96 hours of cyanide, and we've the theoretical recovery is 91.87%, so it's free leachable gold per se. What are our mineral resources? We've got the resource classifications measured, indicated 389 million tons with 0.38 tons per terms of gold grade. We've got 4.75 million ounces of gold. In terms of inferred, we've got 90 million tons, 0.33 grams per ton in terms of gold grade, and 951 ounces of gold inferred. And reserves in the pit in blue tested probable converted to reserve 114 million tons with 0.48 grams per ton of gold and 1.77 million ounces. And if we apply the 75% recovery, it accounts for 1.4 million ounces recoverable. And with this, let's go to our economic sensitivities. The price of today closed at around 3,380, if I'm not mistaken. And we're saying that with these assumptions that we created this feasibility study of 2023, the net present value of the project would be $1,200 million, $1.2 billion would be the NPV of the project. We're currently working on updating this feasibility study. We'll have a pre-feasibility study. We've already got the mine planning and for the 17 years of LOM. The first year, 26, we should produce 93,000 tons and then 151,000 tons until year 17 of LOM. We've got how much tested or probable mineral, and that's the different stages. Here you can see the layout. You see the pit, the reserve pit, right? Phoenix South, Phoenix Central, Phoenix North. In magenta, you got the dismantled waste dump. In green, you got the stockpile, low ore. In orange, we have the leach pad. And the ADR plant is in your gray area. That's our project. We will transfer water from Copiapó. We already have the agreement with Aguas Chañar. We'll move. We'll have residual wastewater for leaching. In 2019, we bought the Can plant, and that's where we built the campsite with a capacity of 700 people. More than 1,500 people are currently working in the construction of this mine site. What's next for us? We will do the pre-feasibility expansion study for 80,000 tons. In this isometric, we've got the reserve and resources pits. We are conducting geometallurgy studies, doing some column tests. We have taken historical information from geomechanical data to define the slope angle and the hydrogeological studies. They are completed, and we are negotiating an MOU where we'll use desalinated water. We will pump the water from Copiapó, possibly. Our aim is to publish the new NI 43101 at a pre-feasibility level and publish it by December this year. And in terms of exploration, here we have the soil sampling. We've identified an anomaly. We can see more than 100 ppb of gold. This anomaly would be open towards the south. The block model projected in the surface identifies areas for conducting follow-up, which is at the borders of the resources pit
en el borde del rasgo de recursos para poder
to be able to grow.
Todavía hay posibilidades de seguir creciendo.
We still have the possibility to continue growing.
Este es el modelo,
Here we have
modelo de clasificación de
the
recursos.
resource classification model.
Hay varias zonas azules
We see that there are many areas in blue that
con un programa de perforación convertir de
with
inferido
they
a
need to confirm change from inferred to indicated measured. This is with a specific drilling program. That it's that zone in the top where we that will be converted into possible reserve, defining a buffer. Let's say 100. It's arbitrary, right? Just randomly, it's 100 meters. The buffer. We currently don't know. We conducted the geophysics with Quantac. We've raised CCMT or surveyed CCMT, and we've measured resistivity. And why this? Because this veinlets, black banded veins injection has created an silicification index, and it shows the it marks the resistivity bodies, right? And here we got a target, and here we have another target, and this is new. This is new. This is from the magnetic gradient and the entire magnetic part. Here, we have the magnetite traces associated to the black banded veins would be banded here in this agrees or matches resistivity. And here we have the interesting body where we have only have geochemical anomalies. We would need to drill there. It'd be like train to the northeast side. And here we have the cross section, longitudinal one that I showed you. Here we have the magnetic gradient and all these bodies that could have black banded veins at depth. And resistivity, it continues at depth. And we are going to launch a program, a study that combines all this information. It's currently called AI, I think. We'll conduct that exercise. We will combine everything to create areas with high probability of mineralization. These are theoretical targets, which we need to work to actually create them. These targets. This would be after 80,000 K and pre-feasibility. We have a feasibility of 80,000 K with increase of resources in the lower part. These are the conceptual targets that we seek to create. And, well, Phoenix has been a challenge. It was discovered in 2007 by the Atacama Pacific team. We have our environmental topics. We've got geotechnics. We have done the round mine test. We have a feasibility reported in October 23. We've got the EIA approved in December 2023. We've got all the permitting activities and permits. We've got project financing. We are in mine construction, which is in progress. We're conducting the studies to take desalinated water there, the mine expansion study from 20,000 to 80,000, and the new EIA for mine expansion, which we will manage soon. That's where we will finish the expansion study. So that's Phoenix. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Enrique Garay, Senior VP, Geology VP and Exploration VP from Rio 2 Limited. Congratulations for a job well done. We will conclude the symposium of new discoveries, the mine sites of tomorrow. And I've just been told that there's a vehicle that has got that the window's down, PKBR 16, if that's your license plate. Anyway, I was saying that we have concluded the inauguration session for this symposium that was called New Discoveries, the mine sites of tomorrow. We're going to conclude with a quite relevant conference on the exploration potential that could exist associated to the types of mine sites we just saw, the deposits, right? This lecture will be led by Jorge Clavero, a senior consultant geologist specialist in district exploration geology and geological hazards. He's a geologist with a master's degree in sciences, Master of Science from Universidad de Chile, PhD in volcanology from University of Bristol, England. He's worked with more than 15 years in the National Geologic and Mining Service, or NAGMIN, where he was the head of the Volcanic Risk Project, head of the Applied Geology Department, head of the Geothermal Program. Geothermy. He assumed as a manager for Andean for exploration activities between a joint venture between Antofagasta Minerals Chile and Origin Energy from Australia. In 2013, Jorge formed and created Amonta Geoconsultants, and he's been a professor in Chile and abroad. He's a member of different scientific associations and member of the board of the Geological Association of Chile for more than 15 years. He's an author or co-author of many publications. He's currently a senior geologist and general manager of Aguanta Consultants. Jorge, the floor is yours. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. Hopefully you're encouraged and motivated not only because of the lectures, but because of the cocktail party we'll have later on. So I'll try within possible to do everything as fast as possible. And given the change, I got half an hour. Okay, I got caught up. I am going to speak today and give you a bit of context about the Mayo Pliocene North Salt Flats epithermal strip, which we've defined last year, and what have we done in this strip, and what can we do in other ones for mineral exploration. It's a joint work with people from Goldfields and with our colleague Pamela Perez, who is currently present here today, and Valentina, who's there somewhere too. So rapidly, we'll look at, we'll see the concept. Why do we need to define this new strip? What is it? Like, where is it? What is it? Why do we need it? What's the relevance for gold, silver exploration? We're going to talk about the geotectonic context, the main geological characteristics of the three segments that we can define within this strip, and what is the volcanotectonic setting of this strip, and why it's relevant, why it's a bit different from the Maricunga strip, which is where it was considered to be before. Here's the Maricunga strip, one of the classical schemes that Mrs. Pamela creates for her presentations and reports, which is great, to say the least, because you can see all the structures that some call northwest, southeast, translithospheric ones that are relevant for mineralization. We have the Maricunga strip, very well known by everyone, and recently mentioned by Enrique, due to the Phoenix project. And the northern part of Maricunga, where we got the Salares Norte mine site or deposit, which is currently currently being mined. We considered a couple of years ago, we considered as this as the extension of this strip. And towards the south, we have the very well-known strip, epithermal strips of El Indio, the Vicuña strip, which was recently defined by collaborators, and also Maricunga, and the new epithermal strip Salares Norte, as I mentioned before. Here's the satellite image of where we're at. Here we have the Pedernales salt flat towards the east, where we have many of the salt flats mentioned by Ivan in his presentation before, where we're drilling and looking for lithium. It's quite interesting that those basins, many times, we've thought that these are endorheic basins that are surrounded by volcanoes. They have a structural control which is more ancient, and it's important to know about them. Now, for many years, We didn't explore this as much as the Maricunga Strip, this sector, right, due to its volcanic coverage. Nevertheless, some companies, they persevered, they went and explored, and here we see an image of the alteration element. It has some of the critical classic materials that we're looking for an epithermal high sulfide content, sulfurization. And we were looking at this deeply until Goldfields found a deposit in this sector, something that's relatively young, the deposit. The strip, we've separated it into large segments. We want to give you a tectonic context or geological context of this. Basically, it's different from the Maricunga strip, which would be to the west and the south, in the fact that the main structures that go through this strip, that cross it, it affects volcaniclastic sequences and volcanoes. They are normally from a northwest-southeast orientation and northeast-southwest orientation. We don't have the preponderance of the north-south compressive faults, the lower Miocene, which are part of the basement of the Maricunga Strip. Therefore, we have a structural control now which is quite different in this sector of the mountain range versus what's coming in the south, more well known as the Maricunga site, right? There's some boilers. I won't mention them that much because they're not that relevant for this strip yet, the boilers. But the other large difference we find here is the existence of a series of volcanic and volcaniclastic sequences from the medium to higher and later Miocene that have a rock mass that is has to do with these epithermal prospects, and they go from 18 to 18 million years to as young as 12 million years, and they're basculated and faulty plates. We have a tectonic which is quite young, which is not non-compressive, and it's got an orientation that is different, as I mentioned just now. We're going to start from the north to the south, and then we'll start with the Laguna La Azufrera. The stratigraphy, and we're talking about quite young stratigraphy here. I want to reinforce what Mrs. Irene El Real mentioned a couple of hours ago. I'll reinforce on the relevance of knowing the stratigraphy within a project, within geotechnology and the events, to be able to understand the mineralization controls, both primary and secondary. Now, we have these volcaniclastic sequences which are from the lower Miocene to the middle Miocene, and even reaching the late Miocene, affected by a series of normal and transparent faults of movement, and a series of volcanoes that we all know, right? And crossed by certain phragmomagmatic volcanism, non-specific, right? Associated to a volcanic center that is not associated to a specific volcanic part, but clusters of 5, 6, 7, 8, or even more that they're controlled, and they're where they're located due to these structures, right? Which are the same ones that controlled the formation of the small basins that originated these volcanic sequences of the Middle Miocene. Now, this is a regional map that we created for exploration. What we see on screen is a series of, here we have a series in brown, a series of volcaniclastic sequences affected in some sectors by hydrothermal alteration, and where we had that geothermal alteration where these northwest, southeast, and northeast structures are southwest. That alteration is where the more diatreme systems are at, right? And this is basically formed by a series of lavas made of different materials with much epiclastic and pyroclastic rocks with thicknesses that go from 150 to more than 200 meters in some cases. And as we see on this photograph here, they're even affected by this fault right here. This is the fault associated to the great guideline Urampaja that comes from the northwest of Argentina, which later continues to La Pampa, and it reaches, it's neighboring to the Guanaco deposit, where we see something, it's dragged by fault, right? A runoff by fault based on a specific event.
We see these volcanic sequences, as I mentioned. The composition is andesite and diacites, and all of these sequences are cut by a series of Mar diatreme systems, and these are pictures of the different angles, as Enrique mentioned. The regularity is very variable, and the greater the slope, the the toas, the deeper is the system. And if it's closer to the surface, it's less eroded. So here we see the system. This is the bedrock, and here we have a system where we have these tuffs, inclined tuffs, more or less 45 degrees. These rocks have less than 4 million years, so these are relatively young rocks. And here we have the spatial relation. In green, we have the extension of this volcanic sedimentary basins of the Middle Miocene and a series of structures that were measured on the site where we have these clusters of Mars diatreme systems accompanied by exogenous and endogenous domes. In terms of ages and hydrothermal alteration, the alteration is essentially argillic advanced, and the ages, I can only mention the ages that are published in the literature. The pre-phreatomagmatic areas, they go from 6 to 7 million years, and there is only one published alteration, which is around 5 million years. So it's quite younger than what we knew of the Maricunga Strip. So these are the ages. Towards the south, to the sector called Plato de Sopa, the stratigraphy is quite similar. We have volcanoclastic sequences affected by a series of transgressive faults, and at least two phreatomagmatic volcanism events. So it is a similar history. We have the same rocks. These are the volcanoclastic rocks of the Middle Miocene, so they are controlled by a series of structures that go from the northwest, southeast, and southwest. So in some of them, in some cases, we see some Mar fields, as you see in this picture. This is an example of the sequence. It is at least 80 meters in thickness. This is a volcanoclastic sector that's quite stratified with lateric breccias, epiclastic sandstones, tuffs, lava, etc. Volcanage type breccias, and they are cut by a series of Mar diatreme system with tuffs of different types and inclinations, from horizontals to very inclined, and most of them affected by several degrees of hydrothermal alterations of argillic and advanced argillic type. Here we see examples of these structures, sub-horizontal, and some with mantles, and some puzzle-type blocks. So this is classic of these Mar diatreme systems. This is the least known sector in the strip. This is what we published last year. And obviously, we have clusters of these Mars diatreme system, and also exogenous and endogenous domes that are similar to what we see in Phoenix, as Enrique mentioned. So this is an example of a volcanoclastic sequence that is cut by Mar diatreme system. Here we have another volcanoclastic system cut by another Mar diatreme system that is affected by the alteration. There is a primary control that is very strong here of the circulation of the epithermal fluids, because when it leaves the Mar diatreme system, the alteration basically does not penetrate the bedrock. This doesn't happen all the time. The primary controls in the bedrocks at some epiclastic level or in some breccia places, and this is relevant from the point of view of how to place the drillings if we want to estimate the resources of a deposit. So this is plato de sopa. This is a classic geography. Here you see a wavy stratification and relatively large blocks. We have I interpreted that part of the system as the crater system of a Mar diatreme system. Here we have the ages that have been published. Unfortunately, in this area, we don't have data of hydrothermal alterations that have been published that we can relate directly with the Mar diatreme systems. Although we know that the Mar diatreme systems, due to the ages that we have of the lavas and the volcanoclastic sequence, they should be around 3 and 5 million years old. There's another project towards the northwest that is outside the area of the strip itself, and it's more of the Maricunga type age. This is the Salares Norte area, where the Salares Norte reservoir is located, and here we have a similar stratigraphy with a series of volcanic or volcanoclastic sequences cut and intruded by subvolcanic areas and also Mar fields. This is the structure or the regional map where we have these volcanoclastic sequences controlled by this faulting system with the orientations that I mentioned and the zones that are affected by hydrothermal alterations that have these domes and Mar diatreme systems. We have some of the sequences. This is one of the oldest sequences that outcrop the system. These are called infieles from the lower Miocene, and we have these volcanoclastic sequences that are finely stratified with epiclastic levels and tuff levels, and this shows that we have a small volcanic sedimentary basin, which we call Aster II. It is vasculated here, finely laminated, affected by thermal alteration. And this basin is about 15 million years, and it was controlled by north-south structures. This is one of the oldest ones. In this age, there was a small cluster. We have a small cluster of that same age. So we have phreatomagnetism of 15 million years associated to the formation of this north-south basin, which we have called Aster II. And we have the Salares Norte sequence, and these outcrops at the near the Salares Norte reservoir, and it's based on lavas, pyroclastic breccias, and also fine ashes, and a series of epiclastic levels of sandstones and conglomerates. They are vasculated and also affected by faults, and also some progressive discordances, which shows the synchronicity of the tectonic deformation and the deposition of the volcanosedimentary deposition. This basin is controlled by the northwest-southeast structures that are transgressive. And these sequences are cut by another event of phreatomagmatic volcanism that is 13 million years old. We already have one for 14 to 15 million, one from 13 to 12 million, where we see the classic tuffs. These don't have deformation, they have a primary inclination, and you have here the great blocks and the classic tuffs, which could be called, we could call them a breccia as well. And once again, this is controlled in this sector by structures that are north, east, southwest. And then we have the well-known event that is younger, which is the main breccia, which is where the mine is being developed now. And it is a volcanic complex. This is a view towards the east, where we have the main breccia sector affected by alterations. And in this sector, we have determined that there is a volcanic complex formed basically by domes and pyroclastic subfascias that are stratified here. And they are cut by a series of mar diatreme systems that are very small, 115 or 200 meters each, but it's a cluster. One cuts the other. Some are nested and some are cutting each other. And this is where the mineralization occurred. This is a picture of how these tuffs look like between 8 and 9 million years, subhorizontal, usually in a mantle. Here we are filling the crater towards the edge. And here we have inclinations of 40 degrees. Some are variable depending on the closeness to the edge of the system. Other subhorizontal in the ring of tuffs. And the lithic tuffs with some dense fractions with wavy areas that are the classic textures we see here. We have a breccia. From the point of view of volcanic classification, it is a large percentage of large blocks that are affected by an advanced argillic alteration. This is the way the pit looked like when it was started to being developed 2 years ago. And what you see is that the bedrock in the pit, it's a diacitic dome, if you look at it closely. It is affected by some alteration and cut by tuffs and breccias, phreatomagmatic breccias. This picture here was taken in this other site. And this proves that the contact, as has been stated in the literature, the contact of this system is not necessarily straight and abrupt because it depends on the lithology and the competence of the bedrock. Here we see that the competence is relatively low. That's why we have a wavy contact and not a straight one. And the mineralization, is essentially in the main breccia, in the phreatomagmatic breccias and tuffs. In the bedrock, it reduces. There are some, but it's less. There are other deposits in this sector, and the control of the mineralization is from the bedrock, the permeability of the bedrock at the epiclastic levels. So it doesn't mean that if you have phreatomagmatic tuffs or breccias, they have to be mineralized. This cluster of mar diatreme systems are oriented in this basin of the middle Miocene, and there are at least 15 mar diatreme systems, and their major axis. This is a projection of the paleogeography, but basically they are in the northeast-southwest direction. And what is important is to see the ages. These are 8 or 9 million years, and there are alterations at that same age, and also here 15 million years. And there are other ages with an alteration of 5 to 6 million years. This is very relevant in this case because it is telling us that there are other events, a younger event, but it's more discrete, of volcanism or magmatism that is associated to this geothermal mineralization. So here you see some of the rocks, and as I mentioned before, there are evidences of multiple explosive events, and there are evidences of 4 to 5 events. Here we have the dates that I mentioned before. These are the ones that are published, and they go between 14 and 7 to 5 years per alteration. And this coincides with the ages of some of the phreatomagmatic volcanism events in the area. So this is paleogeographic model of how the volcanism developed and the tectonic developed in this strip from the middle Miocene, with the formation of some of these basins tectonically controlled that are formed in the north-south orientation in the case of the Aster II sequence. And then at 13 million years, there's a predominance of transgressive tectonics and transtensive tectonics that orients the basins from the northwest, southeast, and this facilitates the accumulation of water and volcanism and extension zones that generate repetitive magmatic suction. And this generates this Mars, this discrete Mars. And these are acidic and diacidic. So this is why it has this affinity with acids. So from there, we go to the middle Miocene. This is another type of basin, transgressive basins, and it forms the controls of these structures in the magmatic feed and the displacement of Mar diatreme system, and both the endogenous and exogenous domes. And finally, in the upper Miocene, 9 to 8 million years, we have a profuse activity, both effusive as well as explosive, associated to the encounter of these hydric bodies and these cycles of thermal alterations. And as I mentioned before, there may be a younger cycle. One of our colleagues who finished her master's thesis, she found evidence of phreatomagmatic organisms of around 6 million years, and that is associated to the main alteration and mineralization event in El Salares Norte. So to know the stratigraphy is very relevant. We have a series of basins filled with the sequences, and they are folded with a tectonic that is relatively young. It is not very well described, but now there are other works appearing where they're talking about this transgressive tectonics that is relevant in the deformation of the Upper Cenozoic. And this was not well known before. This profuse phreatomagmatic volcanism that is acid is associated to alteration systems with high sulfuration, and at least in the example of the salt flags, it's associated to the mineralization. This is a scheme generated by Pamela Perez, and it tries to explain the tectonics that is prevailing in this area of the middle Miocene, and how these transgressive structures are formed, and how these tension structures generate magmatic subduction, and not only the ascent of the magmatic elevation, but also there is a phreatomagmatic volcanism, and this helps the circulation of hydrothermal fluids for the formation of epithermal reservoirs. This is a summary of what we just saw. These are the events that I mentioned, and in this strip we have events of profuse phreomagmatic volcanism at 1514 to 1312, 9 to 8, and 6 to 4 million years in the north parts of the strip. These are the ages of the alterations available, and this was given by Goldfield for this work. And we can do some similarities with other alteration events in other areas. For example, the 14 million year event is similar to the ages of events in La Coipa, and some of the ages of in the Vicuña belt. See, these ages of 11 to 12 million years are similar to the Faja del Indio. 6.9 to 8 could be two events, discrete events. We need to improve the density of the aging, but this 6 or 7 million years is close to the younger event in El Indio strip. And here we see the novelty of the year, the events between 6 to 5 million years, which are very young events in this sector that were not described previously, had not been discovered in the area of the Maricunga strip. So we know now that in the Arica area, there is an example of an epithermal of 2.6 to 3 million years of age. So there are younger things. So what is the relevance of these for the exploration? It is not to look for Mars diatreme systems everywhere, as some people have told me. They told me that I'm looking for Mars in my life, but it is not so. What is relevant here is how we go from a regional map like what we published in CERNAGEOMIN, which is a first approach, and how can we go from there to understand the stratigraphy and the tectonics of a volcanic area.
And of course, we'll go to something a bit more detailed where we will start measuring structures. We'll start creating volcanic stratigraphy, determining and defining the presence of these volcanic sedimentary sequences and the basins to have the tectonic control of the emission centers, right, to characterize volcanism, to see the relationship between volcanic rock and or part of them and alteration, because not all volcanic rock, a dome, for example, is not altered the same way than when andesitic dome does not receive the same alteration than a rhyolitic, right? It depends on the type of hydrothermal alteration. So all those things are absolutely necessary. You must understand all that at regional or district level and the exploration stages. Here we have some examples of things we can see on site. Large size blocks with puzzle type fracturing, right? With some ash tufts, some are in slope, some are horizontal. It's how we can go from that to try to understand what this represents in terms of volcanic facies and volcanic sedimentary phases. Now, here we have an example of the project recently sold by Barrick. Project Alturas. Due to confidentiality reasons, I cannot show my slides, but this is a work that Anira Stoura et al. Have been presenting since 2018. What you can see here is a series of domes, and the roots here that represent more Mar diatreme systems through which the general depositing is controlled, right? And so you can see the same here. You can see these type of rocks. Many times these rocks, we interpret them directly as hydrothermal breccias, and not necessarily are they that. In some cases, these are tuffs or phreatomagmatic tuffs that are hydrothermalized, which means that the hydrothermal processes came after its fragmentation. That's why it's key to know what the rock fragments, if it's a magmatic volcanic process or if it's something that's hydrothermal. Both things can happen, and that's where the complexities come in. Before I mentioned this, we had a regional scale job or work that we did for CERNAGEOMIN, where we thought that this was a volcano from the Pleistocene area with all the beautiful things, but at the end of the day, when you look at the detail, you find a zone, an alteration zone, which is quite intense at the core, and the core is associated to a transpressive system where there are small extension areas formed that created magmatic suns, right, and created the phreatomagmatic expressions. In this case, the Anocaride volcano, which is called the Project Champagne now, or Champaña, we have something that's quite different here, and that's what the eras tell us too. We have relatively some that are high in longevity, right, and associated to this transgression, it generated phreatomagmatic volcanism and altered systems due to mineralization. And it's a public information. It's quite interesting, as you see. Do only young strips have this? No. Here we have examples of photographies of ABC project, whichever project in the Paleocene era epithermal strip in the north of Chile, right? What is known as Chile, Alemania, Chile, Germany formation has much of this as domes, boulders that have been defined in some cases, and it's lost in many fields, right, or that have been explored. And part of the low sulfur veins, sulfuration veins, are technically controlled here, just like they were controlled in the location of this Mar diatreme systems. Therefore, much of them agree in terms of their where they are moved or location. And let's not go so far. Here in the Farallones formation, we have phreatomagmatic volcanism too, associated to zones affected by argillic advanced alteration, selenite, megacilic, and other matters. Therefore, this type of volcanism is not exclusive for the northern salt flats or Maricunga strip, right? It's a type of environment that is relevant for the exploration from the epithermal point of view, right? At least from the Eocene era. I haven't worked beyond that. There's so many young rocks. Why are we going to go so back in time, right? But anyway, the breccias. This is a discussion that I've had with many colleagues on site and an economic geologist. Generally, they tend to call breccias things that are not necessarily breccias. Why am I mentioning this? Because this is a quite simplified scheme that we published last year in an Argentinian Congress, but it's not the same to be here in the central conduct of the diatreme, right, and in the breccias, and to be in ash or tuffs, right, or that could be in the border and the higher parts of the system. To vectorize, in order to vectorize the size of the Paleomar diatreme, you need to understand where this is with the inclination, the elevations are, and the lithology. Therefore, it's critical to know what we actually have. If it's an ash tuff or a pili tuff, if it's breccias, if it's lithic, etc. It's not only artifacts for volcanology, right? Or if I have something in the drillings, this can appear. We could easily confuse this. And we have to see if that has an intense alteration. We can have these type of things in drillings, right? In the cores. So these tufts that are finely laminated, we could have fragments, breccia to breccia fragments, right? They've been mentioned with these wavy boards. They're autoclast or self-class. The autoclast is the same expressions that are created after 20, 30. It's one explosion after the other, which affected what was deposited previously. What happens when we don't have enough outcrop? This is a project in another place I can't mention, but there's almost no outcrops. Just a forest, but there's drilling. And you can do the same, because if you find from intrusive rocks, for example, to finely laminated rocks with different granulometries, and if you have better oriented drillings, you can vectorize in a better way and to try to understand and have a small fascia scheme and see where the Mar diatreme systems were at. Sometimes it's relevant if you've determined that mineralization is actually hosted there. As economic geologist, then it is important to understand that. That is it, and I'm right on time. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas
Okay, thank you very much, Jorge.
Esperamos que trabajen
Cabero, we hope that these type of works incentive and drive exploration in new areas here in Chile. And with that, we are going to now conclude our inauguration day for FEXMIN. We'd like to cordially invite you to visit the fair, the different stands, and go to a cocktail party that we'll have in 20 more minutes. Thank you. Goodbye.